Gentlemen, my name is Bhavna Bhatia and I welcome you all to the 7th edition of the E4M Content Jam 2023. Well, content is the king. Something which you would have heard, but I'm sure most of you agree by now. Content encapsulates the pivotal role of valuable, engaging information in digital success. The quality content which captivates the audience, boosts the SEO, and fosters brand authority. Whether text, visuals, or multimedia, compelling content is truly the cornerstone of effective communication, driving connections and influence in the dynamic realm of online platforms. In today's fast-paced world, it is not just about producing content, but also about creating meaningful experiences that resonate with the audience. When done right, it has the potential to not only establish, but also nurture a fruitful relationship between the consumer and the brand. As per the State of Content Report 2023, marketers worldwide, which is around 69%, consider investments in content creation, management, and distribution a tactical decision to safeguard their finances during uncertain times. When we look specifically at the CMOs, we see that their interest in investing in content is even higher, with 76% of CMOs within the tech and 75% within the consumer good companies expressing strategic interest. Notably, companies operating both in the B2B and B2C sector report the highest rates of strategic investment in content, with 86% of the CMOs planning to maintain or increase their investment. So with that being said, the theme is very apt for this year: Content Renaissance, crafting the future of digital storytelling. Well, when I interacted with all of you, with some of you rather, in the morning, we did realize the importance of storytelling. So I think the theme goes hand in hand with your expectations today. So we're talking about, with the new innovations, there are narratives that transcend platforms, captivate the audience in a very dynamic way. This evolution, of course, heralds a new era where the creativity converges with the technology, sharing compelling narratives that resonate across various landscapes. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we released the hashtag E4M Content Jam, which is going to be your jam on social media today. All you got to do is hashtag E4M Content Jam with all your innovative posts, and the social media team of E4M is going to be looking across it, and we're going to be declaring the winners shortly during the day. So do participate if you're on social media and get the jam on with hashtag E4M Content Jam. So with that being said, it is now my honor to invite on stage none other than the co-founder of Exchange for Media Group, Mr. Naval Ahuja, for his welcome address.
Good morning. Thank you, Bhavna, and a very warm welcome to everyone to this 7th edition of Content Jam. We've all gathered here to talk about content and storytelling, as we all know, is as old as human race. Perhaps it started even before language was invented. Advertising per se, all advertising per se is content, right? And the age of content started much before the advent of digital. Those of us with some gray hair who grew up in the television era remember, advertiser-funded programs, how advertisers started using, interventions within content to tell their stories. I remember famously, maybe 20 years back, Maruti did a brand placement in one of the top-rated Star Plus shows. They did a car launch in the show. So what was known as, AFP's branded content, or rather AFPs during the television era, with the advent of digital, has now morphed into, a multi-headed hydra called, content marketing, branded content, and we are here to discuss various aspects of content marketing. I want to start by thanking Mr. Shashank Srivastav, Executive Director Maruti, who's here. I'd like all of us to give a big round of applause to him for being here, gracing this occasion. I'd also like to thank the team at Mindshare, led by Amin Lakhani, Ajay Mehta, who have helped us put together a State of Content Marketing report, the first edition, part of which, a synopsis of which will be unveiled on stage in some time. Through that report, we've tried to capture the various touch points of this huge and growing space called content marketing. Uh, you know, Enough and more has been said about content and content marketing, and as we move along through the day and in the future, lots more will be said. But I think one of the key interventions that has happened in the content space this year, which will really get amplified over the next few years, is the intervention of AI and how it is impacting everything from the manufacturing processes to how storytelling is happening in the advertising world. Chat GPT is, I think, is one of the biggest inventions in the last 2 decades, which has the potential to change the face of content and content marketing. Followed by the conference, as some of you know, we also have the 7th edition of the Content Marketing Awards. If I can let out a secret, this award show was launched 8 years on the suggestion of the current CEO of Group M, Prashant Kumar, because I think Group M has been one of the agencies that has been at the forefront of what's happening in the digital space, especially content marketing. And Prashant came up with this idea of, curating this award show. And I'm very happy that, we've continued to do this for so many years. And if you're around in the evening, do stay back to attend, because you look at the kind of work that is happening across categories and how the shape of content marketing has morphed in these last few years. So with that, thank you everyone for joining us, and I look forward to a day of insightful deliberations and a lot of learning. Good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, Mr. Ahuja, if we may request you to kindly stay on the stage, as it is now time for me to call upon our dignitaries for our next unveil. We're talking about the unveiling of the Mindshare E4M Content Marketing Trends 2024. May I have the honor, along with Mr. Naval Ahuja, as he rightly spoke about, the Senior Executive Officer, Marketing and Sales, Maruti Suzuki. We're talking about none other than the very renowned Shashank Srivastava. Of course, it's an absolute honor to now call upon, please, Mr. Srivastava, do join us. It's an absolute honor to now call upon the CEO of Mindshare South Asia, Mr. Amin Lakhani. Thank you, Amin, for joining us. And the Senior Vice President, Mindshare, Mr. Ajay Mehta. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's get more and more applause in the room today. We've got such incredible leaders. And we've got the report right there. But I'm going to do a short countdown with all of you, and then we're going to be revealing the report. All right, everyone, at the count of 5, and then you say 4. 5, 3, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we reveal the Mindshare E4M Content Marketing Trends 2024. And when we have such incredible leadership, first I'd request Mr. Shashank to kindly say his few words.
I'll hear this, okay. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this excellent event. And very rightly said in his opening remarks, content marketing becoming more and more important. And he mentioned about old marketers with graying hair. He forgot to mention old marketers with no hair. But I remember there was a time when the only way only plan which you did for communicating with consumers for getting your marketing messages across was a TVC or a print, and it was like at a point of time. So it was a 30-second TVC, generally speaking. But now it's also about, now technology is enabling consumers, and the culture itself is changing. Consumers you need to engage with not just at a point of time, but across different formats. We have different media platforms available, and that makes the consumer spoiled for choice. And how do you communicate? How does a marketer communicate? And that is where you have to communicate not at a point of time, but also on an always-on basis. And it can be personalized also. Technology enables you to do that. So different formats have emerged, apart from the 30-second TVC, which still continues. But you have 3-second, you have those bumper ads, you have 30 seconds, you have 3-minute formats, you have a 3-month experience, if you can call it association with things like tournaments or events. So that's 3 seconds to 3 months. The engagement through content is what this report talks about in detail. And it's very apt and very timely, because content marketing has become the most important aspect for any marketer. And I think it's good that we see today the content marketing trends through this report. So thank you very much, and I'm sure this will be of great use for all marketers. And I'm really looking forward to the detailed report.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May we now request Mr. Amin Lakhani to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I can't be more overwhelmed to launch a report in the august presence of one of my most senior clients standing next to me and supporting us in this first ever initiative by Mindshare. They keep saying, that one needs to walk the talk. But through this report, Mindshare for the first time is actually talking the walk. What you will see in this report is actually 100+ branded content professionals across all our offices who observe this space day in and day out, are bringing their observations through the most relevant trends. I call this, very specifically most relevant, because maybe everything that is new may not be relevant. And many a times, many of the relevant things, for example, the 30-second thing that Shashank just alluded to, continues to be relevant, in the best and the most effective form of brand communication, and it will go on for many, many years to come. So I think the most relevant trends is what we are trying to bring together in this report. What we are also trying to do is to put science into this entire field, which is becoming more and more important. But it's our humble attempt to bring science and thought in this space. And the plan is to continue to build momentum and to build our thought going forward in the years to come. So I think that is what the report is going to be talking about. Yes, 3 seconds to 3 months, a great opportunity for all brands who really want to go out over there and deepen their engagement with consumers through great storytelling, through great technology, and building great experiences. So I think that is our humble attempt behind coming out with this report, and no better place to launch it today for the first time. So thank you very much, and looking forward to hearing from all of you, and I hope that you all will also enjoy the report as much as we've done in writing through this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big, big thank you to all our leaders. Once again, with a big round of applause, Shashank Srivastava, Amin Lakhani, Naval Ahuja, and Ajay Mehta. Well, to know further about the report, as Amin rightly highlighted, we're trying to bring science into this space. We've, of course, got the very renowned, the comms planning head of Mindshare. We've got Vipasha Bhuptani, who's going to be joining us and sharing her knowledge forward with this section. So let's give her a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you, Vipasha. Yeah, right here.
So it is presence.
for this podium. Okay. So yeah, this is great. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. I'd like to thank E4M especially because they partnered us in this entire process of putting this report together. Also would like to thank Amin and Ajay, who've sort of been with us all throughout, giving us the right direction in putting this together. So with this, I'll start with the presentation. So a little peek into what's really happening today. And I think this quote sort of captures really the essence of what's happening in content today. We feel like, not much is changing, but there is a huge shift that has taken place in the past few years when we look back, when we reflect back from the past 2 or 3 years in terms of what content planning is today. So this is really the big change that we can see. There is media, there's creativity, there is technology. What once was sort of worked in silos, today the lines between all of them are blurring. And while that is happening, the biggest opportunity is really for content marketing because this coming together of the three has created like a great fertile space for us to really explore and create innovative content. So let's deep dive into each of these, starting with the media landscape. As we all know, this is a highly saturated and cluttered space, especially for content marketing. Even from a consumer standpoint, if you just look at what consumers are doing today, they're constantly scrolling. And, if one could possibly measure, I'm sure that, the scrolls that people sort of go through online is far more than the distance that we travel through scrolling offline. So there is this constant barrage of information that's given to people, and people are constantly scrolling through all of that. So the biggest challenge really is for a marketer because they really don't know how to capture consumers' attention. So the answer is really in coming up with innovative, differentiated offerings by leveraging media and technology in new ways. Another big shift that has taken place, I think some of you all touched upon it, is the whole role of technology and AI, which enables creators. Today, AI is one of the biggest tools that creators are leveraging in creating content. And this content that they're creating is far superior and much, much faster than they could do many years ago. So that's really a game changer. And because of this, there is a whole explosion in terms of platforms. So if you see, there are plethora of platforms from metaverse to gaming to creative, and that's enabling us to explore new spaces to create content. And while the platforms are exploding, so is the explosion of formats. Amin and Shashank sort of touched upon this whole topic of creating content right from 3-seconder to 3 months. So if one were a marketer, it's a huge challenge. You really don't know what is it that you should be creating. Should you be creating a bumper ad, or should you be creating a 30-minute TVC, or should you go in for the long haul and have a long-term tie-up with certain sponsorships and events? So, as the entire scenario around us is changing, the environment is changing, technology is changing, so also marketing has gone over and beyond what it used to be. So, starting with brand speak, there was a time when brands used to talk about purpose, would propagate their purpose, but that's just not enough today anymore. Today, consumers are demanding that the brands really walk the talk, because that's really what's going to put the brand into their consideration basket. Another shift is from creating. While a lot of brands created a lot of content, a lot of communication, but it all rested on their own handles. But today, again, it's not just brands that are creating content. There is the creators and the publications that are really transforming this space. And therefore, the real role for us is to co-create with them, to work with the influencers to really create content for our consumers. This is something very, very interesting that is taking place. Typically, whenever a marketer got a brief, the biggest thought in his head is that how is it that I'm going to answer this brief? How am I going to overcome these barriers? So we spent copious amount of hours trying to find answers to the questions. However, today with AI, the entire space has changed. Today, we spend hours on different AI platforms, let's say like ChatGPT, DALL-E, etc., to really give the right prompts to get the right output. So AI is giving the right answers. And I mean, as I see it, in the next few years, marketers are likely to recruit people, under the designation of Chief Prompt Officer. And finally, coming to content. So typically content was all about, driving awareness, creating some kind of entertainment, engagement, etc. But no more. Today, content is about, driving business growth. And we are making content more accountable and more measurable in the long term. So we know that content is not just restricted to one thing. It's not just one TVC, or it's not just one little ad on social media. It's a whole bunch of things, be it sports, be it technology, be it social media. But, at the heart of everything that content is, there are 4 key pillars, which is the consumer, who's influencing everything that we do for them, to the creator, who's actually delivering the content to the consumer, and technology and platforms who have become enablers. So I'm just going to touch upon some of the key things that we've sort of covered in depth in our report to showcase what's really changing, what are the big trends that are happening in each of these spaces. So starting with the consumer, starting with the creator. The creator is the person, who's existed in for many, many years. But the influence that this influencer really has changed very, very rapidly over the years. So it's very interesting the role that they play in the consumer's life, in how they influence, what kind of power that they have over consumers' decision making. Who are these influencers who've entered, the new influencers that have come in, and what really are they doing? So our report deep dives into understanding these influencers, who, what, how, what kind of content are they creating, and some of the big trends that we've observed, like, for example, de-influencing, or the rise of the meta-human influencer. So these are some of the things that we've deep dived into in our report. The next, the most important person is the consumer, without whom this entire content marketing would be redundant. Now, within this whole space of people who are consuming this content, 2 cohorts which have played a very, very big role one is the Gen Z, or who we call the screenagers. They spend copious amount of hours online scrolling through feeds, creating their own content and consuming a lot of content. And the other one is Bharat, or the tier 2 plus consumers, who've really been the game changers in this entire content marketing scenario. They're the ones who've entered little later, but they are consuming a lot of content, right? Now, how they are influencing is, today the kind of content that is being created for them is changing. The language in which we're communicating to them is changing. Where we reach them, what platforms we reach them is also transforming. So our report deep dives into some of these key trends that's really, that the consumer is, and how that's influencing content and various aspects of the platforms that they're consuming it on. A lot of people touched upon a little earlier on technology. Yes, AI plays a very, very big role. And today, while AI is present, a lot of content developers are using this actually as a tool for creation. It enables a creator to actually overcome some of the barriers in creating content, as well as enhancing the content, creating superior content, delivering content much, much faster, and things that weren't possible earlier is now made possible today. But technology is, because it's accessible to everybody, the real key or the real magic is really in unlocking how we engage with our consumers today, in overcoming some of the issues that consumers are facing, and creating a very, a very special way in which we can connect with our consumers, which was earlier not possible without technology. And the last is platforms. Again, this is very critical in terms of where we put the content up, right? Now, there are plethora of platforms. If a marketer has, wants to put out any kind of content, they're really spoiled for choice in terms of, which platform they can choose from. So there are these old existing platforms, their legacy platforms have existed for a long time, but they're ever evolving with the changing needs of the consumer. Then there are these new platforms, which are sort of engaging with consumers in new ways, in new languages, and also engaging with consumers on a long-term basis. And then our report covers how platforms have a role to play in the long term. What are the things that, what are the new options that marketers will have from a platform standpoint in the long run? So yes, that's it from me. This is just a sort of a peek into the report. I hope that in a few days you will be able to grab your reports and deep dive into it, and hopefully that will influence all the content that you create moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vipasha. May we request you to please step in the center, as we'd like to have the opportunity of felicitating you with a memento. If I could have Nazia Alvi Rahman, who's the editor at E4M, to help us with the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause, and thank you so much. Hope this report definitely influences the next generation of content, and thank you so much to the entire team of Mindshare for curating such excellence. Let's applaud them and encourage them today. Thank you so much, ladies. Well, it is now time at the E4M Content Jam to go forward with our first panel discussion. Let's kickstart our day-long insightful content conference with the conference topic of the panel discussion being Content Convo, Concept, Execution, and Effective Storytelling. Today, our content creators wield their influence, shaping trends and opinions in the digital sphere. With the diverse platforms as their canvas, these influencers surely will craft compelling narratives, fostering authentic connections with the engaged audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get on to the conference today of their panel discussion on the content creation, we would also request you and urge you to start with the hashtags, because my first winner is going to be announced directly after this panel discussion. So do hashtag E4M Content Jam on LinkedIn, Twitter, right away, so that whatever you've learned so far, whoever you've got the chance to meet, or be it this panel, if you get a chance to learn something new, do that with a hashtag of E4M Content Jam as one word, as we're going to be declaring our first winner post this panel discussion. So get those mobile instruments out and be the influencer you can be by doing the hashtag right away. So with that being said, as we are now set on this panel discussion, we're talking about our conversation, creating impact which extends beyond the screens, which influences consumer behavior, and of course, redefines the dynamic of online communication. So with that, and a cue from our events team, let's bring our content creators on the stage. They are the ones whom you check on your social media feed. They are the ones who entertain you. On the stage, calling upon India's top content creators, Sakshi Kwani, Ronit Ashra, RJ Raghav, Kritika Avasthi, Atman Desai, and Kevin Zinkai. Let's give all of them a big, big round of applause. And we have our session chair, Shubham Singhal, who's the co-founder and CEO of Dot Media, who, of course, will have an engaging conversation with our content creators, and it's time now to roll with that. Over to you, Shashank, to take it forward.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. How are you guys doing? So, I know each one of them. So, starting from Kevin. Kevin has Kevin is with us for a long time. So is Sakshi. So is Ronit. So everybody here, I will give you a brief introduction. I would ask them to give them a brief introduction about the journeys, and then we start with the basic questions that we can ask them. So I would like to start with Kevin. Kevin, tell us a bit about yourself. I would love to know more about you. I know a lot about you, but I would love the audience to know more about you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Zinkai. I started off initially as a flight attendant, and somewhere around I realized that I think I'd do better off at content. I took a major gamble at that, and it did work out pretty well. So all thanks to them. Just by the way, they've been incredibly supportive, been with them for a year. And once you get into the field, you start to realize that there's a lot more than just hitting record in regards to how you deal with brands, how you become a brand itself. So yes, TGB has been doing great.
Kevin has been a great resource, guys. He's the person who's always available. He does great content. Kritika, over to you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kritika Avasthi. I'm from Delhi. I've been in Mumbai since 2015. And I had no plans of becoming an actor. It just happened by fluke. I've studied from DU. I did bachelor's in commerce, then I did bachelor's in law. And one fine day, out of nowhere, decided I want to act. And to be honest, my parents they thought I've gone crazy. And they thought it's a women fancy and it will, go away over time. Anyhow, so many years later, but what I strongly feel is you always end up being where you have to be and how you have to contribute to the society or to the world. And I'm sure there's a higher purpose that why I'm an actor, and I just can't wait for it to unfold. And having said that, I'm also very spiritual, I'm also a healer, so I always try to incorporate some kind of healing or some positive energy through my work and interactions. But thank you.
Thank you, Kritika. Over to you, Raghav.
हाय मेरा नाम आरजे राघव है, मैं कानपुर से हूँ. और हाँ, ये ऐसा होता है कि जब आप मतलब जहाँ पहुँचना है वहाँ अचानक से ही पहुँचते हैं. तो मैं कॉलेज में था और मैंने रेडियो का मजाक उड़ाया था. ऑनेस्टली मैंने एक आरजे आया था, मैंने कहा ये क्या करते हैं, बोले ये रेडियो पे बात करते हैं. वही जोक वोक मारते होंगे. तो एंड अप टू बी अ रेडियो जॉकी. मैंने 13 साल रेडियो जॉकी रहा हूँ मैं, और डिफरेंट सिटीज़, डिफरेंट ब्रांड, बट एंड अप टू कंटेंट क्रिएशन. Now I'm creating content, and yes, Shubham is very supportive, I guess. मैं अच्छा content बनाते हुए भी अपने लिए profitable नहीं था, but Shubham ने रास्ता दिखाया कि okay, हाँ कैसे आगे बढ़ना होता है. That is very important, I guess. So yes, आगे और बात करेंगे.
I discovered Raghav on a radio only, so he has a great voice. He was doing radio when I first met him, and he was very funny on the radio. And that's when we decided he can do great content also. And he has done an amazing job. Ms. Kwani, over to you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sakshi Kwani. People know me as being Suku. So I am a painting artist. All I wanted to do is to paint. But then I realized that there is something more which I can do. And I just do not want to paint all my life. So I started doing content creation during lockdown, and my journey is from nothing to something, and hopefully to everything. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Love that. Ronit.
Hi guys. पहली बात तो my God, मैं इतने लोगों के सामने ऐसे कोई बोला नहीं हूँ कि मतलब मैं अपनी जर्नी बताऊँगा या ये सब कुछ. तो hi, I'm Ronit Ashra, and I started at 12. I started from Dub Smash and Vine and whatnot, and उसके बाद में I went to TikTok, and I went to, from TikTok I went to musically I went to TikTok I went to Instagram. मेरी लाइफ में स्ट्रगल रहा है जो मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि अब पता नहीं क्या, अब भगवान ने जो दिया दिया. एंड अभी आई एम परसुइंग एक्टिंग एज, मतलब मुझे आफ्टर कंटेंट क्रिएशन माय नेक्स्ट स्टेप इज़ एक्टिंग. एंड यस, आई हैव बीन क्रिएटिव. ऐसे बचपन में मैं ड्राइंग करता था, तो मेरा वहाँ से ये सारा इंटरेस्ट आया. बस यही है. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much. Atman.
Hi guys, I'm Atman Desai. I make memes and reels, and my Instagram is called atmeme. That's why. And I'm a computer engineer, and like every other engineer, I did everything but engineering. And after engineering, I did music production for a year. Then I worked as a digital marketing executive, then as an influencer marketing executive, and now finally as an influencer myself. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's been up and down, but it's all going pretty great, thanks to...
I can feel him because I'm also an engineer. I did everything aside engineering in my career as well. So
That's basically every engineer.
Basically every engineer ever. In India especially.
In India, yes.
So yeah, so guys, I'll go forward with the questions, what I want to ask them, which will provide value to you guys as well. I would want to start with Raghav. And what I want to ask him is, you have been a RJ, you have been a host, you have spoken at multiple conferences. How that in particular help you to start your content creation journey, and how it has helped you till date to be present at this conference and speak with so much confidence?
मुझे लगता है टाइम के साथ सब हो जाता है. एंड जैसे जैसे आप डिफरेंट लोगों से मिलते हो, वो ऑब्जर्वेशन बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. जैसे मैं टेड टॉक में था जोधपुर रिसेंटली, और हम बात कर रहे थे उस बारे में, तो मैं वहाँ पहुँचा. एंड जो मेरी स्टोरी है वो तो मैं बताऊँगा ही, बट और कुछ हो जो मैं एक्स्ट्रा एड ऑन कर सकूँ. एंड देन वहाँ का ऑब्जर्वेशन ये था कि मैं जब रूम के अंदर गया, तो जैसे मैंने सामान रखा, गेट पे लाइक नॉक हुआ, मैंने खोला तो 10-12 लोग 7-8 फीट के बाहर खड़े हुए थे. मैंने कहा क्या मतलब? कह रहे खाना खाने चलो. और मुझे लिटरली लगा ये उठाने आए. एंड वो पूरा कंटेंट, ये एक बात है और भी 2-4 बातें, वो पूरा कंटेंट मैंने अपनी टेड टॉक में ऐड ऑन कर दिया. सो दिस इज हाउ, मतलब जो तुरंत होता है ना, हाँ, ऑब्जर्वेशन एंड वहीं से जो मिलता है वो ऐड ऑन करते जाते हैं. एंड आई थिंक ये चीज़ एक्सपीरियंस से बहुत आती है. एंड क्रेडिट गोज टू रेडियो. वहाँ से बहुत कुछ सीखा है, तो दैट्स वाई मैं चीज़ें ऐड ऑन कर पाता हूँ, मुझे ऐसा लगता है.
You're very intuitive also, Raghav. So that's why you're able to add things a lot very intuitively to your reels and a lot of things that you do in life. I would like to ask Sakshi. Sakshi, you've done great content over the years.
Thank you.
When I wanted to understand, when you start changing your content and when you try new things, how does that feel? And how has that journey in particular been? How do you keep so consistent in bringing new content to the table, and how has that helped you?
Okay. So basically, मैं ना बहुत जल्दी चीज़ों से बोर हो जाती हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि एक चीज़ हो गया, what next? Like because it's a quote कि you have to be better than before. आप आज जहाँ पे हैं वहाँ से कल आपको आगे अगर आप नहीं जाओगे तो पता नहीं चलेगा ग्रो क्या ही कर रहे हो आप. एंड बीइंग स्टैग्नेंट कि एक ही टाइप की चीज़ें बार बार करना ना, इट्स वेरी बोरिंग फॉर मी. आई हैव टू ट्राई डिफरेंट थिंग्स. एंड आई थिंक ट्राइंग एंड बीइंग ज़िद्दी की और नेक्स्ट क्या है, इसकी बात क्या है, इसके बाद क्या है ना, पीपल आर मोर इन्वॉल्व इन माई जर्नी लाइक दैट बिकॉज दे हैव सीन मी फ्रॉम लाइक creating multiple characters, like doing ऐसा मूछ दाढ़ी लगा कर, like doing acting, and then to proper like being a mother when I'm acting, being a wife when I'm acting, being a child when I'm acting. So when you move forward, you have to grow and move forward. अगर आप एक ही चीज़ कर कर आगे बढ़ रहे हो ना, आप खुद ही थोड़ा टाइम बाद बोर हो जाओगे. So it's very important, like where you are right now, tomorrow you have to be above that, you have to be forward that. So that keeps me motivated going, and that's keep my internal rush, like come on, what next. And when you always ask this question to yourself, now what next, that's something which everybody should, I guess, crave for, कि ये हो गया, अब इसके बाद क्या. क्योंकि अगर यही होता रहेगा पूरे टाइम तो आप बहुत जल्दी बोर हो जाओगे.
We have to keep that fire alive if you want to get ahead in life, and you're perfectly keeping that fire alive. Atman, So you do multiple pieces of content where you become a character, you try multiple pieces of content. I really want to understand how you deal with creative blocks, because the kind of content you do can come with multiple creative blocks, because every time there has to be something new and smart that is being treated out to the public. So when you tell me how you deal with creative blocks, many brand managers, many people in the social media industry would also understand how to take their content forward in a better way. Because we also need to understand that creators are the same things available as brands. So why creator pages work better than brands? So this is something I would like to understand from you.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm an engineer, and I've always had a very confusing journey personally. First year into engineering, I knew I didn't want to pursue that, but I've always backed myself to come out stronger. As far as creative blocks are concerned, it's basically, like I personally have this cycle now that I've understood, since I've been doing content full time since 2 years. So now I've understood there's a cycle, like someday you'll just wake up, you'll get like a million ideas altogether, high quality. Some days you'll wake up, you'll have no ideas straight for like 10, 15, 20 days. But then it's important to keep yourself fresh in a mental state, and back yourself with the type of content that you know you want to provide. And that's why I've tried building characters which more often than not work well. And whenever I go through a creative block, I just try to back that and bring that back to give like high quality content and not let the creative block reflect to the audience. Okay. That's how I try and maintain.
Thank you so much. Having said that, everybody is saying that we need to try new content, we need to try new things. That's how we deal with creative blocks. But there's one guy here in the panel who does similar content and has been doing it for 3 years and has been really consistent in doing that piece of content. So Ronit, tell me, how do you do that content? How do you keep the audience still crazy for your content? How every piece of your content still gets more than 5 million views on all platforms combined, and how everybody that sees your content is still hooked?
I think मेरा भी ऐसे ही है कि you need a change, मतलब content में तो it's not always कि मैं एक ही, जैसे मेरा ना different genres होता है content का, तो sometimes it is interviews, sometimes it is सास बहू material and what not. तो उसके बाद में I try to, मतलब अब मेरा ऐसा हो जाएगा कि boring हो जाएगा, क्योंकि मैं कर तो रहा हूँ copy, लेकिन copy करने में क्या ही होगा, मज़ा नहीं आएगा. तो कुछ ना कुछ छोटे छोटे एलिमेंट्स उसमें ऐड करना, कुछ ना कुछ, जैसे मैं सब्जी लगा लूँगा कान में, या फिर मैं कुछ पहन लूँगा, या फिर वो सब कुछ छोटे छोटे एलिमेंट्स से मैं चेंज कर देता हूँ अपना, जो जिसकी वजह से शायद मेरे से ज़्यादा लोग इंटरेक्ट कर पाते हैं. तो वो एक है. और हाँ, मुझे कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है कि यार कब तक ये करूँगा, लेकिन फिर मैं कुछ पेंटिंग का कुछ डाल देता हूँ ताकि मैं अपने आप को खुश कर सकूँ कि मैं कुछ डिफरेंट भी कर रहा हूँ. हाँ,
परफेक्ट. Kevin.
That's the artist in me.
Yeah, but Ron is a great painter as well. I didn't know about it. So we really discovered it during one campaign, because one of our campaigns wanted him to do something different. And I went to Ronit and I asked, bro, can you do something different? I need to really close this campaign. I need to really increase the billing this month. He said, yeah, I can paint. So then I went to the brand and convinced them, he can paint better than he can act. So that was that was the idea. So yeah, Kevin, what I want to understand from you guys, bro, is that you do so many collaborations with different people. Have you ever done any collaboration with a person that was super fun, turned out to be super great, and it just changed the course of your content creation game?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part.
It changed the course of your content creation game.
Oh, definitely. I remember when I was first starting out, like I had this creator friend who just randomly met me on Instagram by the name of Rishabh Rai. And that was back in the days where, honestly, I wasn't even open to do brand deals. I used to think I don't want to sell things on my Instagram profile. Whatever I get from my YouTube AdSense, that's how I'll try to survive as a creator. I was so wrong, because you cannot survive on AdSense. It's impossible for anyone to sustain on AdSense. So he was the one who actually guided me and told me that you can make a lot of money off Instagram by just doing brand deals, and you'll be able to sustain yourself. So I believe for anyone actually getting into the field, it's good to have somebody that already knows a little bit about something, because when you first get in as a creator, you don't know what agencies are, you don't know how do you even approach brands, you don't even know how to reach out to them, you don't know how do you even land a collaboration. So if you have somebody that's already in the industry that maybe is like has some experience, it's definitely a great help, or else you're just going to be lost. And anyways, there's a lot of pressure in regards to the kind of content that you need to keep producing, let alone then to close brand deals on your own. It's going to be very difficult. So that definitely, collaborating with him definitely changed a lot of things for me. So yeah.
Thank you. Kritika, you talk a lot about pranic healing. You talk a lot about spreading positive vibes. So we want to understand that how do you, in your content, spread positive vibes around Instagram or to your audience in particular, and how brands can do a similar thing when they start to create content of their own.
I feel as public figures, we all have this responsibility, what kind of content we are creating and what is our intention and what message we are giving out with our content. Are we influencing positively or negatively? And I feel that having said that, because I'm so spiritual, I'm always, when I'm creating a concept, I always go back and think what is my intent, what I want to give out, what emotions I want to tap into through this content, and what people are going to gain through it. Is it going to bring a smile on somebody's face, or it is going to be, is it going to awaken somebody in some sense or the other? And having said that, I always do like a small prayer before I put out my content or whenever I'm going on set to act, just to remind myself what value I'm creating here, or what is my value system and how I can incorporate my value system through my work, the way I talk or the way I meet people. Because again, having said that, you attract your own tribe. And I forgot to mention this earlier. So I'm really thankful to Raghav because he introduced me to Shubham in a point of time when I was looking for an agency who I can resonate with at a personal level. And I feel they all are such great people and they welcome you with an open heart. And they will actually sit down with you and figure out if you have any kind of, problem going on and go beyond work and not just, sticking to business. Hi, hello, yes, this campaign, blah, 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 this is done. But beyond that, and I want to create the same value system through my content, through my work, through my relationships, be it professional or personal. So, I go for the holistic approach, just to spread something, influence people positively in whichever way it is.
It's very important for any agency in particular to form these relations with their set of actors, with their set of creators, because we're just not managing them professionally. We are managing a lot of things for them. We are managing their day-to-day lives. We are managing their day-to-day their problems, like especially because Ronit was 17 when he joined us. So we had a lot to say where he will join college in particular. Will he go to college?
Managing the pressure.
Managing the pressure in particular. So next question will come to you, Sakshi. See, you do very good quality content, and sometimes when different trends come, and as a content creator, you can't take them up. How do you feel about it? And do you feel it's really important to take on, say, trends in particular? Like right now, the Moi Moi trend is going on. And I, for a fact, know that on your profile, the Moi Moi trend cannot work. So how do you feel about it? And how do you gauge the fact that I won't be able to do the trend even if it can garner like a 40 million views? So how do you take that forward in particular?
Basically, I hate following trends. I can't follow trends. I think I will make trends and people will follow me.
That's one approach.
Yeah, so basically, when I create content, I should be proud of the content which I'm making. If I don't feel satisfied with the content which I made, I will never post that. It has to satisfy me first. अगर मुझे नहीं मज़ा आ रहा है तो मेरी audience को तो बिल्कुल नहीं मज़ा आएगा. क्या पता वो मेरे प्यार में बोल दे कि अच्छा है, बट मुझे पता है उनको लगेगा ये पहले वाला ज़्यादा बेटर था. Like I said before, always be better version of yourself. That's the only thing you will be there. You will be what we say, valued. Yeah.
So
I'd just like to add one thing in regards to what Sakshi just said over here, because I do something similar as that. Even I don't follow trends, because what I have noticed personally as an audience is that when there's something that goes viral, that's all that you're seeing on your For You page. Now, constantly, I'm only seeing moe moe. Right? I get annoyed personally, even if it's some video that actually happens to be really nice because it's so overdone. You just feel like you'll just get lost in the crowd in that sense. So that's one of the reasons when I generally choose not to follow trends. So I agree to you.
But Kevin, you personally turn very boring stuff into very exciting stuff on your profile.
Yes.
How does that work in particular? Because sometimes trends can also do that. Like they can change a lot of boring stuff into very exciting stuff. And when we talk about brands in particular, they sometimes want to hop on the trend, and there we face a lot of friction as an agency because creators don't want to do a lot of trends in particular when they are happening. So how do you change boring stuff into exciting stuff without hopping on the trend?
So for me, it's even if it's a trend, I try my level best that I add as much as my own personal element into it, so that my it's not so different for my audience as well. Like they do have like this callback value because I work around with characters and everything. So even if I do like a trend, like they have that callback factor anyways. Ki, oh, it's this character that is playing this right now. So for me, it worked out pretty well because the way I designed my content was I created characters, and now my characters can fit into a lot of different briefs. Whatever it is, I can fit them into it, whether it is me trying to promote anything in that matter of fact. So I think even if you're doing a trend, it's quite important for you to invest as much as personal material that you can add into it as your content, so that it feels more authentic towards you rather than you just following something that everyone is doing. So yeah.
I just want to add one last line कि अगर ट्रेंड्स में like 40 million 50 million आ भी गया, पर जो सब करें ना वो खो जाएगा भीड़ में. आप लोगों के दिमाग में दिल में जगह नहीं बना पाओगे इस कंटेंट. You will never change anything. तो you can get views but वो जगह नहीं मिल पाएगी वो क्योंकि खो जाएगा सब में. क्योंकि इतने trends क्यों बनते हैं? क्योंकि everybody is doing that. So you will never make a place.
But one more thing, Atman, you can add here. How do you keep up with what people like? Like suppose none of you here hop on trends. But if people are liking something, how do you keep up with that?
I think it's very personal also in that way. Like certain set of audience likes what I do, certain set of audience likes what other people do, other creators do. So I think it's important to read your own audience. It's important to know what your audience likes, what your audience doesn't like. And also like coming to trends, I will differ a little bit. What I do with trends is I don't follow trends the way they are followed. I just try to give it a different touch. Like Kevin said, a personal touch in a way. Not exactly mimicking what thousands of other creators are doing. And that again connects to this, that you know your audience, you know what your audience will like, you give it your personal touch, and you just keep them engaged. Because like being loyal to the audience in a way.
It's also very important to just provide audience what they need. You cannot just provide them anything.
Yeah.
Because that is only keep them audience for loyal for a long time.
And relevant.
Yes. We are in the business of keeping people relevant. So yes. Kevin, how do you use technology these days? We hear a lot about AI, VR, what all is happening in the industry. So has it helped you in your content game? Has the script writing become easier? Has the brand campaigns become easier after the advent of AI or ChatGPT? Has it helped you in any way possible?
So with the ever evolving technology, like if you take it back to the time when Snapchat was like the only app that actually had stories, and now everyone has adapted to it, like with like TikTok being initially one of the first apps, or actually if you go back to Vine being one of the first apps that actually introduce short form content, and now every other platform has it. So the same thing I believe with even with like AR, like augmented reality and virtual reality as well. Eventually we'll all have to adapt to it as creators, like now or never. When it comes in regards to ChatGPT, yes, I have used ChatGPT in regards to write scripts and things. But I believe it needs a little more time in regards for it to evolve still. But I believe that is definitely going to be, that's something that we're going to see maybe in like the next year or so, because of how fast it's evolving, to a point where now we have these creators that are not even like real, like they are just like an augmented reality creator that you have. So definitely these things will come in. Like if you think about like YouTube, for a matter of fact, like when it first started, it was just like a platform for just like sharing videos. Now you see anything and everything on YouTube. You see videos of hydraulic press crushing things. So it's like you give human beings a platform, and basically like they just start thinking about more and more in regards to like, you know, what it could be like done. Like Instagram for that matter was first only photos, and now like Reels has taken over. So you never know with the entire augmented reality and AI coming in, like what content creating is going to be in the next 3 years. You just have to constantly keep adapting.
And you have to evolve. You have no
Yes.
option. If you have to be relevant, you have to evolve.
So with changing times, we've seen move from post to reels, videos to reels. Now everybody here is on Instagram, and they have adopted to broadcast. So I see Atman having a very creative outlook on its broadcast. So is Sakshi. What are your takes on broadcast channels? What do you think it has changed for you? And we see that a lot of content that comes on broadcast generally never lands up on the profile. So shed some light on that.
I see my broadcast audience as my elite audience in a way. They get a more deeper insight into my personal life. Personally, that's what I do. Like, for example, my ex-girlfriend got married the other day, and I can't put that out on Instagram. I can't put a reel out of it. I can't do a moe for it. So I just ended up putting it on broadcast. And
I saw that.
Yeah, you did. You're on my broadcast as well, yeah. But yeah, and then there are people laughing, there are people crying, like just with you in a way. So I think it's to give a more personal touch to the audience, to like the 6,000-7,000 members that I have on my broadcast. I know tomorrow if my Instagram, for example, crashes, touch wood it won't, but if it does, then I know these people will always be out there looking for me somewhere or the other. So they're my elite audience in a way. That's how I see broadcast channels.
What do you think, Sakshi, about the broadcast channel?
As Atman said, that it's more of a personal touch. It's more of like closer family. Also, you can't reply. So, so you can't reply. That's the best thing actually. कि I will.
बाकी सब चुप, मैं अकेले बोलूँगा.
चुप, बाकी सब चुप, सिर्फ मैं बोल रही हूँ, and you can't say anything. So it's the best thing. Like it's my family, where they are not allowed to speak. Only I am allowed to speak. Just listen.
That's Instagram also. People
People reply to the stories and all. Yeah.
They also put comments and stuff. No, broadcast पे तो even
Yes.
if you put whatever.
Broadcast,
हाँ,
yes.
मुंह दिखा देंगे सिर्फ और तो क्या ही करेंगे.
What do you feel about broadcast, Kevin?
I feel it was really great for them to start this because that definitely gives you a sense of community, like when it comes to creator. And plus, like we definitely do post like things that we don't generally post, and we know for a fact that the audience that is following you in your broadcast are interested in anything and everything that you did. They just want to know about you. So in regards to community building, I think it's great, and I believe content creating has always been about having that set community. And I think there will be more things that will be coming in from Instagram's and like that will be more oriented towards community building. So broadcast is, I think it's doing a great job.
When it comes to community building, broadcast has done a great job because now brands have the way to reach directly to the people's inboxes. Like suppose even if you want to reach with your product link to the people, you directly have the access to reach to creators' audiences. And that's why it's a great tool medium for community building. And it has led it has just opened us for a new medium to sell to brands, frankly. So it's a great thing for me, frankly. So
Also, it's like my gang. I'll ask them to comment. They'll go and comment. I'll ask them to like my post. They'll go, yes, done. So it's like my gang.
I totally get it. So Raghav, tell me a great story, like which you have done in the past, and it has led you here. You always have great stories to tell all the time. So tell us a story which leads you here today.
Okay, so मैं तो खुद का ट्रेंड बना के ही आया हूँ. हम ट्रेंड की बात कर रहे थे ना, तो मैं तो नॉर्मली ऐसे ही शो कर रहा था, एंड एक दिन अचानक से मैंने वीडियो बनाया एंड देन वायरल हो गया. तो आई वाज लाइक, मैं ज़्यादातर महाराष्ट्र में ऑफिसेज में लोगों के व्हाट्सएप स्टेटस पे था, एंड शुभम वैभव वहाँ से कह रहे नहीं हमें पता है तुम्हें क्या करना है. सो मतलब कहानी यहाँ से चेंज हुई. तो मुझे लगता है जैसे तुमने कहा कि कोई तो जब हम रेडियो में काम कर रहे थे तो मुझे लगता है सेम ही काम है, बस अंतर इतना है कि वहाँ आवाज़ से काम कर रहे थे, और अब ये है कि हमें पता है कि हाँ हमें कपड़े भी कैसे पहनने हैं, अगर इस कंटेंट को एग्जीक्यूट करना है तो कैसे करना है. हम बात कर रहे थे जैसे सबके साथ होता है, क्रिएटिव ब्लॉकेज भी होते हैं, सेम मेरे साथ रेडियो में भी हुआ करता था, अभी भी होता है। सो अभी रिसेंटली मेरे एक फ्रेंड के साथ हुआ था, उसके पुरानी फ्रेंड ने उसको कॉल किया और बोला कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट काम है और मिलना है, एंड उसने टर्न्स इनटू लाइक वो नेटवर्किंग मार्केटिंग। तो वो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा है, तो मैंने उसी पे वीडियो बनाया एंड वो वायरल हो रहा है अभी। तो तो ऐसे ऐसे भी चीज़ें रियल लाइफ से आती हैं बहुत सारी चीज़ें।
कभी नेटवर्किंग मार्केटिंग में आप मत जाना प्लीज। So one thing I want to understand from Kritika, everybody here has become a creator first, then they want to become actors or on the way to become actors. Kritika became an actor first and then she became a creator. So how is that journey in particular? How is different from these journeys, and is this something that you would want to change in particular about that journey?
I started acting in Mumbai in 2015, and at that time there was not this culture of influencer marketing so much. At that time, as per my understanding, there were 3 platforms. One was your television, then there were ad worlds, then there was films and OTT, sorry, 4 platforms. And by 2016 end or 2017, then there was this new platform emerging, social media, boom, this, that, and I was like, wow, what is happening? And I was just so comfortable in my my acting career because, you know, while you walk in, you're an artist, you get a vanity van, you get a script, there's a whole laid out plan for you. You get food, there's a director, there's a producer, everybody's doing their own job. And in 2018, I remember we were shooting for Engineering Girls, and so there was Barkha with me and Sejal. And at that time, Barkha and I, we both were actors, and Sejal was the only content creator influencer. And we would just look at her, it's like, oh my God, she's writing her own scripts, she's editing in the middle of a shot. She's like, मेरे YouTube पे बहुत time से कोई video नहीं गया, my audience will drop. And we used to be just looking at her like, हाँ, अच्छा, okay, this is like some other world only. And dude, she was like a one-person army. She's writing her own script, she's editing, she's shooting, and in middle of, you know, our shooting schedules, वो बोलती थी, can you shoot for me? We were like, yeah, sure. And honestly, we didn't even know the camera angles because हमारा job था to let ourselves completely, forget ourselves completely and become another character. Now here, an influencer has the freedom of creating their own characters, being their own director, producer, everything, like a one-person army. And I used to be look at her like, my God, yaar, kitna mehnat ka kaam hai. Oh God, I was like, oh God. Little did I know I'll have to start doing that myself because the trend was changing. Oh God, I was so, what do you say, I was so pareshan in the beginning. Kya hai ye, mujhe kyun karna pad raha hai? And you know, and when I changed my management, so this my friend, her name is Kriti and I'm Kritika. There were a lot of jokes about that also. So she used to say, you need to create more content, you need to get this, like that. And I'm like, mujhe ye sab nahi karna hai, mujhe aadat hai, sab kuch ready hai, main bas jaungi. So yeah, it took me a while to figure all of that out. And comparing to that to now, now influencers also have a team. They have a videographer, photographer, editors lined up, everything. There are people to help you create content. उस time पे ये सब नहीं होता था. तब सिर्फ एक इंसान 10-15 लोगों का काम करता था. So I feel as an actor, I was really inspired from the influencers, and I feel, I mean, I hope it's correct that influencers back then, before the influencer marketing started, I think they were inspired by the content that they were seeing, the actors that, okay, this person has performed so well, maybe I can incorporate that in my content and give it like a revamp and create something new out of it. So I feel it's all, it's also self-sustaining because we get inspired from influencers get inspired from movies, from actors, from ये इंसान ने क्या performance दी है, ऐसा मुझे भी कुछ करना. So it's become very self-sustaining.
I have an open question for all of you, having asked all these questions. See, there's a new breed of content creators coming in the industry. Everybody wants to become a content creator today. People see Sakshi in Allahabad and they say, I want to become like Sakshi Kwani. Similar is with Atman. They see him in Gujarat and everybody wants to be there, Atman Desai, when it comes to content creation. How do you guys not get tired of it? I mean, how do you guys not get tired of content creation in particular? And what advice would you want to give to new creators who are entering just right now, maybe at 5,000 followers or 10,000 followers, to keep it going, that it will happen, the following will grow, the likes will come. So how do you keep it going? Anybody who wants to start? Sakshi.
Okay. So जब हम नहीं थे उससे पहले भी हमसे पहले भी बहुत लोग थे, तो हम आए हैं तो वो हमारे पीछे भी लोग आएंगे ही आएंगे. एंड जैसे कि जिसकी भी कंटेंट लाइक 5,000 है 6,000 उससे लिटरली फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है. जस्ट create content, like create content. And I want to add one thing, like she said कि हमारे पास like we have a team like production और ये वो, but still we want everything under our control. Like we want to see the editing, how it's done, no the angle is not right, do it ऐसा वैसा, and still like actors कि like they just have to perform and then okay relax, now my job is done, now their job starts. But like here, it's like I have to sit with the editor, I have to sit with the videographer, I have to sit with the DOP. Everything should be like how I planned. So it has to be like that. And like for people who are just starting creating content, it's like they have to really rush to things because everything is changing so fast. Like I think the whole world is changing so fast. I don't know if I am feeling this way or everybody, like everything is changing so fast. Like every day there is new technology, everything
it's
there
an us
is
moment, bro. It's an us moment.
so yeah, so they have to adapt things very quickly because AI is coming and AI will capture everything. So yeah, if you're just starting creating content, just create content, just go with the flow, like learn new things, see what is going on around, because जो हम कर रहे थे वो आप अब नहीं कर सकते हो. You have to find different way, you have to find a different path of your own. जहाँ से हम चल कर आए हैं वो आपके लिए नहीं है.
Can I add something to this? I absolutely agree with her. I mean, back in the day, an actor would not have the access or the authority to say, can I sit for the edit? Can I see this and that? Because that was director's call. And unless you're an A-lister, unless you're somebody like Hrithik Roshan, Katrina Kaif, Shah Rukh Khan, absolutely. Yeah. And in case of the content creators, it's so liberating that you can sit for that. You have a call. No, this is not going with the ethos of my my script or my concept or what I stand for as a brand. So it is like I've found this new freedom. Like wow, I have the power to call shots now. So
And everybody likes power.
Kevin, I would want to know what's the fun advice for creators, because I think you will hear on the panel give the most fun advice, or Atman give the most fun advice on that. Ki how to deal with this.
Most fun advice? Yeah. The most fun advice would be, I would say don't follow exactly what other creators are following. Just try to do something new. I do believe that a lot of people say this, like when you're in a content creating field, this might be very debatable for a lot of people. A lot of people say you need to be authentic. You should be authentic. You should be authentic. I feel like as and when you start growing, you start losing your authenticity. Because if I'm being very honest, the real authentic me would get cancelled on the internet. It would, straight up. But
I see your close friends' stories. Yeah.
Me too.
So as and when you grow, initially you're starting out. You don't have an audience. You don't have a name to be ruined. So you try anything and everything. But eventually you come to a point where you are becoming a public figure. You need to adhere to certain community guidelines starting with. Then you need to maintain an image. Then you need to understand whether your content is going to be brand friendly or not. So it's all up to the creator in regards to how much authenticity they are willing to give up and what is working. Because let's say Bhuvan Bam, for example, like he is an amazing singer, but what works for him is BBK Wines more over anything, right? So if he wanted to truly be authentic, he'd be like, no, I want to be singing. So you have to also consider what are the things that are working for you in that sense. So I'll tell that to creators, do what works for you.
Thank you so much, Atman.
I'll just say, अगर मैं engineering कर सकता हूँ तो कोई भी कुछ भी कर सकता है. I'm just going back to engineering again and again.
Having said that, हम लोग के close friends groups पे अगर कोई भी देख ले, हम सब लोग internet से cancel हो जाएंगे. Like all of us here on the panel would get cancelled off the internet if anybody sees our close friends group. So yeah, that's one take from the panel. I think the clock is running. So any closing words that you guys want to have, Ronit?
So पहली बात तो यार मेरे को लगता है कि content creators अभी जो आ रहे हैं उनको कुछ नया ट्राई करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जितना मैंने देखा है कि सब लोग जो ट्रेंड करते हैं, मतलब मुझे ट्रेंड्स स्पेशली करना बहुत पसंद है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि दैट इज़ व्हाट गेट्स यू ऑन मीम पेजेस एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट मेक्स योर content grow. But you adding something new to it, something of your masala, your taste to it, will only matlab, get you forward. And the second thing is that शुरुआत में मुझे लगता था यार ये यार काश रह जाए ये रह जाए तो आई थिंक कि इट इज़ नॉट अ लाला लैंड कि तुम्हारी तरफ से सब कुछ चलने वाला है देयर आर गोइंग टू बी टाइम्स व्हेन यू गोइंग टू बी डिप्रेस्ड कि भाई शिट यार मेरा कंटेंट नहीं चल रहा बट तुम्हें अगले दिन उठना पड़ेगा और तुम्हें करना पड़ेगा सो दैट इज़ फॉर द न्यू कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स दैट आर कमिंग एंड या दैट इज़ मतलब दैट इज़ माई टाइम
अच्छा पॉइंट है, अच्छा पॉइंट, वाकई में अच्छा पॉइंट। देखो ये भी एक बिजनेस है, हर चीज अब एक बिजनेस है और खासकर सोशल मीडिया तो पूरी तरह बिजनेस है। आप किसी भी बिजनेस में एंटर करो, पहले अपने आप को चेक कर लो, पैशन है अगर आपके अंदर, डेली डिप्रेसिंग माहौल के बाद भी कोई ऐसी चीज खोज के लाना और उस पर कंटेंट बनाने का अगर वो अंदर से आग है तो फिर कूदो, फिर कुछ ना कुछ जरूर मिल जाएगा, कोई नया रास्ता जो पहले कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स करते रहे उससे अलग आपको जरूर मिल जाएगा। बट वो पैशन अगर आपके अंदर है तो ही मिल पाएगा। आप करने के लिए कर रहे हो तो वहां थोड़ा मुश्किल आएगी आगे।
Thank you guys. Thank you for such a fun session and being so candid about your answers. I hope the audience enjoyed it. I hope everybody can gain something from it. I think at least we made at least 5 new content creators in the room today, or somebody who will listen to it somewhere else will gain a lot from that. Thank you guys for having us here, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. We're talking about India's top content creators. And of course, you know, Shubham, one thing I'd like to say, when we were hearing each and every one of them, there's something which differentiates, is that they know what they're talking about. And of course, not just the USP, but what the audience is seeking. So congratulations to each and every one of you. We wish you more success in the years ahead. And Shubham, I think you and your firm are doing a spectacular job with that. And on that front, if I may have the Senior Vice President of Mindshare, Ajay Mehta, who's going to help us in felicitating each and every one of you. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for all our top content creators. May we request you all to please step forward. And could we now have the mementos being passed? Ajay, of course, joining us. And Ajay, if you can do us the honors of presenting the mementos to all our top creators, content creators. I'm going to request each and every one of you to give them a big, big round of applause, all of them from their mobile screens, but now on the live stage. Once again, a big thank you to all our content creators. We have with us Sakshi, Ronit, RJ Raghav, Kritika, Atman, and Kevin. Everybody doing a spectacular job. Of course, Kevin, we wanted to actually do you last, but then we're going to get you in the center right now. Thank you. And if you like their content and their strategies ahead, let's give them a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's encourage them for all their thinking, their content forward. Yeah, of course, 100%. And thank you so much, Shubham, for curating this excellent session. And may we request all the creators to please come in the center. And let's get you all together in one shot. I think this picture is worth capturing. We're talking about the hashtag E4M Content Jam. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. India's top content creators at the E4M Content Jam 2023. Thank you all for joining us once again. And we're going to be seeing you all shortly, because it is now time to take a break for lunch and networking, and see us back at 2:15 Indian Standard Time with the contest announcements of the winners, and of course all of us rejoining back. Thank you all for being so kind with your time. We'll see you shortly. Thank you. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin, requesting you all to kindly settle down. For all the ones who've joined us, requesting you all to kindly be seated. As per schedule, it's 2:15 Indian Standard Time, and we're going to be getting ready to roll it in the next 1 minute. Thank you. Check. Now for your eyes, we've got some audiovisual presentations before we begin the post-lunch sessions.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network called Densher Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something, a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact Magazine.
Going live in the next 30 seconds. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the E4M Content Jam 2023. Well, we're about to begin with our next panel discussion, but before that, just by show of hands, how many of you at least interacted with 2 new people today? Just 2 new people, that's about it. If yes, you might want to raise your hand. All right. The others who didn't, I hope you get a chance to network with one another and get to know each other better. Well, it is now time to begin with the post-lunch sessions of the E4M Content Jam, and right now we're on our next panel, Crafting Award-Winning Content Storytelling for the Win. Well, in the pursuit of excellence, crafting award-winning content hinges on the master of storytelling. Of course, that also being one of our themes this year. A potent narrative weaves through every frame, capturing hearts, as well as earning accolades. It's not just the content, but it is also an artful tale that transcends, resonates, and stands tall in the winner's circle of creative distinction. With a warm round of applause for the creative discussion, I would now like to invite on stage first up our panelists, Founder and Chief Creative Officer, Fundamental, Pallavi Chakravarti, along with the Chief Creative Officer, Wonderlab, Amit Akali, Group Chief Creative Officer, VML YNR, Mukund Oleti, Director, Continas Commercial Creative, Richard Mascarenhas, Co-founder and CEO, Hooper, and Songfest India, Gaurav Dagaonkar, along with the moderator of this conversation being the managing partner, enormous, Mr. Ashish Kazanji. So all our eminent panelists are going to be joining us. We also request that if you have any questions, if the time allows, we're going to be directing them to you. But if not, of course, they're going to be around to take it forward. So could we have now the team to bring upon our panelists? Once again, a warm, warm round of applause. Pallavi Chakravarti, Amit Akali, Mukund Oleti, Richard Mascarenhas, Gaurav Dagaonkar, along with our moderator, Mr. Ashish Kazanki. Let's give all of them a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Ashish, of course, starting with you, sitting from there. Yes, right there on the screen. Can we freeze that if possible? All right. Actually, Pallavi, you were here, but that's absolutely fine. We're going to stick to how you guys are sitting. And go ahead. Ashish, I don't want to take further time. I know our audience has also been waiting, so let's shoot the content right away. Over to you.
Do we do a round of introductions and stuff? You already done that?
Yeah, I've already done it.
I again have a story for that. All right, guys, so we'll dive into it straight away. What we basically talking about is something that's all around us. We wake up to WhatsApp, we wake up to Facebook and Instagram and all of that. What we start our day is with stories, right? So all the stories which could be in text form, which could be in video, and so on and so forth. We start our day with stories, we end our day with stories. And around this, I was having a conversation with one of my friends, filmmaking friends, okay? So does film for Bollywood and theater and screens and all of that. And he was kind of like, slightly derisive about all of what we do and people around in the room do. Basically, he was saying, yaar, tum bik chuke ho, right? So you guys, you are not pure, right? So what you guys do is commissioned creativity and all of that, right? So you hired guns and all that, and you do what, is not really pure and all. So my rejoinder to him was basically, we coming here
the point of what we do is a lot of times very, very complicated, very layered. What we have to do is, like, at the end of the day, sell stuff. And in the process also sell it through a story which engages people, gets people to, you know, stay with us a little bit longer. And guess what? Even with that, 90% of what we do is better than 90% of what you do. Right, so I think we owe ourselves a little bit of pat on the back for that. With that, I will drive right away into the panel itself and what it means to be an Amita Kali, a Pallavi, a Gaurav, and Mukund, and you know, your own individual ways of storytelling. How we structure it is a set of questions to all of you, and then we'll come to some of the questions which are individually to what you do, your kind of craft and stuff, right? So the first one, you know, I have sent you a set of, I will discard all of those, right? My first question to the panel out here is essentially about the kind of storytellers, like what makes a great storyteller. And I have seen there is no one way of being a storyteller. There is, let's say, Durgesh of Panchayat. He's rich with his storytelling because he's rich with the context. There are people like Gulzar who are great storytellers, who are great with craft and all that. What do you think is, you know, in your view, when you are putting together a team, when you getting somebody in for a certain kind of a project, who's a great storyteller in your view?
I think in our line of work, and actually maybe in any line of work, observers, good observers are great storytellers, in my opinion, because, and I don't know, am I the only person who does this? I'm sure there's many in the room who do. You sit in a restaurant, your friends haven't showed up, you're looking at the next table or 3 tables away thinking, what's their relationship? Is that a bad date? You know, how is this family doing? What's their dynamic? So looking at people constantly, because we're talking to people. You're selling, yes, commercial artists, like you mentioned, but I think it's all done through a sense of observing and making mental notes and tucking things away, you know, so idiosyncrasies. It comes from real people. Sometimes you can't make this shit up, right? It has to be real. It has to be things you've seen in people. You have a friend who talks a certain way, who reacts a certain way, who has a takya kalam. So for me, great observationists make great storytellers and great empaths as well, because we are in a business where we hear it bandied around often, Addy kaam hai, right? So I think a good storyteller, as opposed to a regular storyteller, needs to be an empath, because the more you actually put yourself in the shoes of people, the less you will strike discordant notes, in my opinion.
Stories are about people, and the more you observe people, the more you get their context, their motivations, what drives them to do a certain thing in the story, right? Your view?
I think Pallavi's already, spoke about the observer. And apart from that, I think it's also people who are fearless when it comes to expression. I think expression is super important, where if I want to tell a certain story, I'm not worried about on day one how people are going to perceive it. Rather, I want to actually be true about what I want to express. And we see that a lot with songwriters, especially in music. Folks like an Anuv Jain, Prateek Kuhad, very true in their own style of storytelling through music. Apart from that, I also think that having a certain command over your mode, of expression, especially your format of expression, is important. For example, if you are a short format creator who creates 30-second videos, and having a good grip on the kind of graph or contour of that 30 seconds is crucial. If I make a 3-minute song, then I want to know how the graph of that song plays out. Versus if I make a long format content which is 20 or 30 minutes in length, I know I should have a good command over that mode or format. So I think apart from the observers, I would like to add this, that probably the element of expression and the element of some degree of mastery over your mode of creating your story is important.
Yeah, completely, yeah. No, so I have a slightly different take on this. I think we're not in the business of storytelling only, we're in the business of storytelling for content. And I think that, so a lot of us are advertising people over here, and suddenly the whole world has changed to content. We were saying stories through films earlier, through print earlier, and suddenly you have to say it through Insta, and you have to say it through Tinder and you have to say it through other platforms. And I think what's helped me at least is, being open. I think that's one thing we need in today's day and age to be good storytellers in new formats. So be open to new formats, be open to new platforms, be open to new technology, be open to doing things the new way. I mean, for example, when we did the traveling billboard, we are used to shooting with, this is a traveling billboard for Johnny Walker, and we actually did this campaign with influencers, and we're used to shooting with, high-end photographers, spending a lot of time with them, spending a lot of money on them, and suddenly we had no control. We were influencers who would shoot what they wanted to shoot. They did a damn good job, but we had to be open to losing control. Okay, so I think openness is something that will really hold good in today's day and age. So yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to add to everything that's being said is emotional connect, right? Like great storytellers have an emotional connect with their audience. And I think you should go and tell your filmmaker friend, you make a film, you can make the audience smile, laugh, cry, and that's it. I think the kind of emotional connect that we kind of have with the audiences, you not just need to make them smile, laugh, cry, but also need to act, right? Pay their money, like, press a button. So there's action involved with emotion, right? And also, I think once you start looking beyond traditional formats of storytelling, I think collaboration becomes a key. Like today, you want to do an immersive experience. You could have been the best observer in the world, but without a great team of technologists, people who can bring that to life in different platforms, it doesn't matter, right? So I think collaboration is like key to like storytelling of today, is what I would say.
So I think what I'm going to talk about is essentially a lot of times in our experience, in my experience rather, I think the best storytellers are the guys who've had experiences, right? All the experiences that we've gone through and how we narrate those experiences. I think all four of us over here, when we kind of caught up this afternoon, we kind of talked about, a little bit of the experiences that we have. So I think experience really creates the best storytellers. And I think in this day and age of content creation and how quickly we can churn out and create content, I don't think the format is the key maker or breaker of storytelling. I think it's easier to kind of just pick up a phone, and if you can tell a story using a mobile phone versus using a large format camera, it does not really matter what the equipment is, right? It's about, if you have a great experience, you want to tell that experience out, you can go. The experience, however, has to be authentic, and it has to be some experience that you have, and you can make a great story by telling. And I think some of the best storytellers are telling stories of their own experiences. Yeah.
No, really beautifully said. I think experiences and what we observe of the world around us, and how do we transpose it to the brands that we are working with, so that there is a greater story which pushes the brand agenda forward and gets connections from people in way that is much more than just a product sell and stuff. What we've seen in online storytelling in the last 10 or 15 years that online social has been around, we've seen the whole storytelling change in a dramatically different ways, right? So what started off with initially Facebook and Orkut earlier, they were one-to-one kind of conversations, right? I'd write a post, you'd have a reaction to it, and then it changed to where people would curate, interesting things that they'd seen and put it together, to where it's become, aggregation of a lot of voices, right? So there are people who are large influencers, there are people who've got a take on fashion, and they've got their own narratives on fashion or home and lifestyles and life and all of that. So there have been major pivotal points in how online has evolved over the last 14, 15 years. What do you think, how did you read the tea leaves going forward, right? What is the kind of story that you think be emerging in the next 5 years, 10 years, and how online storytelling is going to be changing? You want to start from there now?
Yeah. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, we were all used to the 30-second format. And then you had the online format, and you had long format storytelling. Then, because of the change in platforms, you started telling stories in 6 seconds, right? And then somebody decided, I'm going to combine scrolling and video. And today you're telling great stories on Reels. So I think largely, as like what happens is, as technology shifts, people's behavior shifts. Like, how I interact with that content changes, and that kind of like changes our thinking and our storytelling, right? So I think largely, I think it's dependent on platforms, and I think with the whole Gen AI and all of that, who knows, right? Like, what's next? It's so difficult to say what's next, like, even 6 months from now, right? So I think that's a very tough question to answer, but all I know is, I think the next decade or so, it'll break down the walls of production, it'll break down the mighty big walls of budgets, and it'll democratize storytelling. Like, you will have the most diverse voices telling the most beautiful pieces, right? Your filmmaking could be very, very experimentative. It could be very personalized, right? Something could work even on a big screen. Like, maybe films can be changed in a week. If something is not working for the audience, it can be changed in a week. So I think it's more real time, more personalized.
Wrong room you were telling this in, huh? That the story can be changed in a minute and all of that. There are lots of clients here.
I think, what you said, I have a slightly contrarian view in the sense of course, it is anybody's guess where it's going to go. But I do think what is going to get tougher, especially when there's this explosion, and there will be. Exactly like you're saying, there's the kind of timelines it takes for things to get refreshed, etc., are already shrinking. What is also happening is that people have woken up. So we've been living in an age where brands were talking to people. It was a one-way thing. Now people are brands themselves, right? And that in itself, I think, is leading to everyone realizing that, hey, I can monetize this, right? And that is going to, the problem is, in my mind, that there's a large plethora of people out there who've realized that people are monetizing this. So while the formats will keep evolving and the number of voices will grow, I think keeping the brand alive and all of that is where our challenge will lie. Because the more we push, right, the further away our audiences will shrink. So I think in the ever-changing format, like trying to not make it hard sell is what it's going to get, because people will get tired of being told to buy this, do that, from across the board. So that, I think, for the next generation of creators, and even for us, that's going to be a big, big challenge.
Yeah, and I think not making it hard sell, but yet obviously selling, and yet obviously keeping it relevant to the brand, because that's what we're here for. But I think the biggest change really, and it's happened some time back, is platforms, which Mukund also mentioned. Because the consumer is living on platforms. They're not one platform. They're living on 20, 30 different platforms at the same time in the same day. So the same consumers on YouTube, the same consumers on Facebook, the same consumers on Insta, the same consumers on LinkedIn, and behave very, very differently. I mean, same consumers on Spotify, and sometimes at the same time, and behaving very, very differently. So I think stories will need to be created on platforms. I mean, today a playlist, a story could be set through a playlist, through an interesting playlist, and we actually did that. We did the Unheard playlist that, where we actually took playlists and we removed women's voices from it. So the solution actually came through, a playlist. The solution could be, and that's a music platform. The solution on Insta could be very different. The solution on some other platform could be very different. So I think platform first, and these platforms are going to keep changing. I mean, there are platforms that we don't even know about today that are being created, and platforms that we know a lot about today that are going to be redundant. But I think the idea would be to constantly know these new platforms and start storytelling according to these platforms. I think that's an opportunity. I think that is damn exciting also.
Do you think, in this entire thing, generative AI will make a huge amount of difference, right? It will place storytelling, production in the hands of people. It's possible right now to just click and drop, create, animation films. It's possible to have absolutely stunning looking visuals and videos, and the way, like, Mukund, you said, the way it's changing. Every 6 months, there is a new generation of generative AI, right? Do you think that will have an impact on the way stories are owned by so many more number of people? How would it impact, the world of brands and how we tell stories? Will it take it from, the brand custodians like marketeers and advertisers, and take it to a next set of, storytellers, like you had the influencers, right? So a next set of people coming in, creating incredible stories on video through generative AI.
Yeah, I think that ship has, sorry. No, go for it. I think that ship has sailed. I mean, anybody can make content. I mean, influencers. So I think it's gone, I think somewhere we're custodians, and I think how we collaborate with people, how we use people, how we have ideas that those people can then create on. I mean, it's not necessary to create yourself. You know, I think that's the opportunity out there. There are lots of different people, lots of different tools that are going to be creating for you. And I think as a content, you know, as a content head, what you'll be doing is really getting the best out of them and keeping the brand at the heart of all of that. But the other part of it is that I think it's fantastic. I mean, it's you can do anything on AI, right? And I think the level of I mean, you can just think it and AI can do it for you. And that's amazing. And the difference will always be how we use AI. I mean, AI is just a tool, but it's an amazing tool. You know, like I think we created the first ever, you know, ChatGPT launch. This was in, I think, Feb beginning or Jan end. And in Feb, we created a campaign where we created a character called Aditya Iyer. And we actually then revealed that Aditya Iyer on Valentine's Day, we revealed that Aditya Iyer was AI. And every post of his, every picture of his was either ChatGPT or, you know, with Journey. But the fact of life is that, I mean, the idea had to come from us. So, yeah.
There are stories getting woven around AI, what it'll do to humanity, to creation and all of that. Sorry, you.
Yeah. No, so I think AI is definitely going to aid the story creation, and it's going to aid the creators to kind of, you know, probably research better their stories. But I think we just need to be mindful of AI when we're using it, because it has cultural nuances. You know, you're throwing it into AI and you don't know what it's going to churn out, right? And, you know, copyright infringement for some reason, right? You throw something into AI and you say, give me an image or give me a video, and you don't know where it's kind of pulled things from and put it together. So I think we just need to be a little bit mindful when using AI, but sure, it's definitely a tool that's going to aid in the storytelling build up eventually, is what.
I think if I were to add, you want to go ahead?
Go ahead, man.
Now, I think to some extent, you know, content creation is already pretty easy. I don't think anyone in this room struggles to make videos, but AI will become a big enabler, and that will probably shorten the time or make it even easier for folks, you know, who don't want to use, say, a Final Cut or an Adobe Premiere or even an InShot or, say, a Logic Pro to make songs or videos, right? But I feel that one of the most important thing is, as a creator or as a brand, to sort of maintain your tone or your character in the whole thing, right? Because what you're going to get is essentially what you feed in. And that's not always going to tell your real story out there. So there will be the human mind that will augment this and take it to the next level. I also feel that as far as video creation is concerned, just like audio saw this extreme explosion of, you know, folks who could now make songs sitting in their bedrooms. I mean, we are living in a time where there are 200,000 songs released every single day. I think going forward, video is going to see that same level of independent creation at a bedroom level, which possibly today is not happening. And that's where I think, linking it to the previous point, a brand has a tremendous opportunity to seed in thoughts where, you know, as she said, you don't have to create a story yourself, but probably there'll be a lot of nodes, thousands or millions of nodes creating stories for you. So I think that's a pretty interesting thing that could emerge.
I had a lot of questions, but I think we have only about 17 minutes. I don't want to deprive the audiences of your individual stories. I mean, I know some of the work that you've done, been fascinated with it. I mean, it's a great opportunity for me and the rest of the audiences to get to know about stuff you did and how you came about to doing it. You know, I'll start with Pallavi, the campaign that you've done for Facebook called Puja Didi around the second wave of COVID. Absolutely gorgeous film. So if you could tell us, you know, the process, how you got to it. I don't care whether it won awards or not. It was a film that really moved millions. Your story behind the story.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think nowadays it's honestly very difficult not to win an award, because all year round there's always something.
Everybody
out
is
there.
the agency of the year.
Exactly, and that is the reality. So if you choose to enter somewhere or the other, so I don't think I think the starting point is never an award actually. And Puja Didi, of course, definitely wasn't just me. There were a lot of really remarkable minds behind it. Neeraj, who wrote it, Amit Sharma, the director. I think the basics, right, of where we started out and what impacted the thinking stays the same as what I mentioned at the beginning, right? Empathy and observation. We were living in a time where we were collectively impacted by the pandemic. Some of us more fortunate than others, we still had our jobs. And in advertising, I remember when the early months when no one knew what was going to happen. I mean, you knew that there was widespread panic. You knew that you were racing against the clock to deliver campaigns that people weren't even asking for, just to show them, hey, I'm still here, you know, count on me. So I could only imagine, like, you know, when people like us were in that kind of a mad frenzy, the reality of people who had lost their livelihoods. So in that sense, marrying that reality with the brand role, I think a lot of us over here have spoken deeply about the fact that, yes, while storytelling is exploding, formats are exploding, ways and means of telling this and getting it across to audiences are exploding, we can't lose sight as brand communicators and guardians of where our brand lives in all of this. And I think the social network, the power, if you come down to brass tacks, right, the power of a social network is in harnessing the collective. And that's exactly where the two lay. So, you know, it wasn't even hard sell for us. It was just organic. And I think the client team were really brave. So another thing when I was hearing everyone talk is it's not just about storytelling, it's also about story selling. Because you're only as good as the stories you manage to sell to people and get out there, yeah, in whatever shape and form, right? It could be anything. It could be a reel and it could be a film and it could be a post. It could be anything in the world. You got to be able to sell it, and I think our clients were supremely supportive of, you know, a fact where you could just play out a story and let people live, and let people, it was cathartic. It was cathartic for us who were writing it, cathartic for the people who were making it, and I do believe cathartic for people who watched it. So in that sense, it was just, I think, a sign of the times and a tribute to that.
Pallavi, the story was also richer for the nuance that it had, right? The context that it had, of the place, the sense of place that the film had. Paneer, right? So we will never write a film about Facebook and have paneer as the centerpiece of that. So did the team, like, you know, come from that kind of a background? This is something that you collaboratively did with?
No, actually the thing is it just came from looking into a reality. I mean, the core of the reality, like I said, was all of us. There, but for the grace of God goes I, right, is what was in our heads. But who you show and what you're showing, I think we just wanted to get away from the world that all of us live in. We have often been accused that Bombay wale can't look beyond Bombay and Delhi wale can't look beyond Delhi, right? So get your head out of your bum and out of big city phenomenon and look at the reality of the country. We did speak with people. No, aisa kaisa. But that was our, you know, Amit actually getting to Amritsar in the middle of the lockdown and them actually recreating you know, the vibe of a lockdown when it wasn't actually. We shot it, you know, it was an exhaustive process. It was really rewarding. So yeah, and why not about paneer? Like, why is Facebook only for, why is it only for the good times? Why is it only for projecting your best selves, right? So we went real, and I think it does help.
I'll have the next question for Mukund. The piece of work, which I know for a fact that had won awards, it's not like, you know, storytelling in the conventional sense of the word, right? The way you see a story, there is a protagonist, antagonist, and that kind of attention. But the whole story, right, which came from a little bit of purpose, I mean, of course, a lot of purpose, about getting Unilever to get to, I don't know what was the title of this, but where you got smart films. Right, to get people interested in a new narrative from Unilever, which they may have seen a certain way, and the kind of efforts that they have, the kind of initiatives that they are taking with your help, of course. How did this idea come about? How did you operationalize it? How did you, you know, get the technology sorted and all of that?
Yeah, multiple questions, right? I think, so the tenets of storytelling are the same. Right? Even if you're doing a product innovation or a film or anything, the core of it is, are you solving a real problem, right? And does that product have a great reader experience, viewer experience, user experience, whatever you want to call it? Does it have a great user experience, right? And can you set a narrative around that product that can build a community, right? Say, for example, the smart fill innovation that you're talking about enables people to bring their own bottle and fill in a Unilever product, like a detergent or something, right? Now, if you Of course, it's a cost reduction of 20% if you bring your own bottle and fill the 1 liter of detergent, right? But now if you set a narrative on cost reduction, does it build a community or not, right? So I think the larger narrative was that of sustainability, right? So it built a community of people around the product, a core set of believers. So it's gone from 1 outlet to 12 outlets, and now it's being like rolled out in Bangladesh. So I think storytelling also comes into play when you have a tech product. I think it's not devoid of it, right? And just to give you a bit of a trivia of like how we made it happen. So, you know, there are those oil vending machines, right? But the viscosity of the oil is very, very different from the detergent, right? So we had a start. We had like the oil vending machine as a start, but we had to like work with technology people. We had to work with people who understood the science of liquids to kind of like make that nozzle work for detergents, right? And also, like, you know, what I've observed is if you're coming up with an innovation, and if that innovation tries to change the behavior of people, it's difficult for them to get used to it or adapt to it. But if you're playing on existing behavior, like people are used to carrying bags to grocery stores, all they have to do is put a can inside, right? So it played on.
Sorry, just rewind a little bit.
Yeah.
When, you know, figuring out the nozzles of this, the viscosity of this, I'm sure there were a lot of engineers needed. Did they come, you know, did the agency hire them? Did you speak to the client team, get people from Unilever to get those engineers who'd work this out?
So I think the prototyping was done by us, and then we worked with Unilever's vendors to like kind of do up the final one and roll it out to 12. But even before that, to tell it works, right? I mean, we showed them a working prototype.
But only asking because most of the times agencies don't have the wherewithal to put this together. So maybe that's the shape of the new agency to come, that you have a lot of technology.
See, we don't have the wherewithal. Yeah, we don't have the scale, right? Say if you tell, like, you know, I think right now we're doing something for Reckitt. It's again an innovation piece. We can do one. We are working with somebody to do one prototype, right? But now we can't do like 20,000 of those, of course.
For sure.
Yeah.
Amit, to you, Mukund, I think you're absolutely right. The purpose of whatever we do is to get the brands to be loved by people a lot more. Whether you do it through the story, which is, let's say, a little bit more conventional, like a Pooja Didi story, or you get people to love the brand a little bit more if you're doing, let's say, even an activation, which people are really interested in and love the brand more for it. You know, either ways it works. My question to you is actually what happens when sometimes, right? I've been a victim of a little bit of that, some of us will. A lot of times, you know, even if it's like 5% of people who don't like it, you're still talking about 5% of 1.5 billion people, which is still a super sizable community. And a lot of times they are very, very vocal when they don't like what the brand has to tell or sell. In your case, you've done a film for Tanish, which did come into, I mean, a lot of love, right? And there were 5, 6, 6.5% people who made a huge case about it, right? I know I've talked about this, and I don't know there is any one way or two ways to make sure that your storytelling, done with all the pure intent, doesn't land up in a spot like that. But, you know, what's your take on it? And
you shouldn't even try to make sure it doesn't land up in a spot, because you know, I think you're being true to the story. You know, when we did Tanish was literally all our reality, right? I mean, I'm a Sindhi married to a Parsi, and again, I mean, there's absolutely, I mean, it was just a normal thing of someone from one community taking care of someone from the other community, and I mean, never would we imagine love jihad coming into the story, right? And so you just make it from, you know, from the honesty of your heart, and you just make it out there, and then whatever happens, happens. And I think the good thing is, or the truth of the matter is, not even 5% who was against it. You know, it's a 0.00005% probably. It's literally 50 names, you know, which are doing it very smartly, doing it very professionally, literally attacking, I mean, sending out 40,000 along with a lot of bots, helping them.
a lot of times it is also motivated, right?
Of course it's motivated. Of course it's motivated. Of course, yeah, of course it's motivated and it's literally a, but the good thing was that the rest of it, and because this is only 0.005, the reality is that 100% people out there, 99% people out there love it, right? And they kind of rally by the brand when something like this happens. And we saw some amazing stuff happen. So there was obviously content that we created, which was the main film that got then taken out. But for a film that got taken out, it probably created more love for a brand than anything ever did. And what was very interesting was people actually made their own content to support that content. So there was, for example, there was a group of Go by Tanishq, so this is literally not by us, happened by real people out there. There were My Tanishq Story hashtags going out there. There were people who actually spoke about their Tanishq stories and about who they had given a Tanishq to and their Tanishq marriage stories, etc. There was a book that was created by someone who collected these stories. So there was actually content created out of love, out of support for the brand. And that's a very interesting learning we had. So we went through the similar thing. Actually, I mean, it's not as spoken about, but the Holi campaign we did for Bharat Matrimony, so which was literally, I mean, it was about the Holi festival and about women being abused during Holi, and suddenly it took this thing of attacking, a religion and not a festival and not behavior of a few people, and that was attacked. But there was another piece of content which spoke the reality of a Japanese woman who actually went out there and was abused during Holi, and that piece of content actually took the conversation away from this, or got the support for this piece of content. So I think one very interesting thing is, I think, do it from your heart, but somewhere content itself can be a solution to something that springs up. So yeah.
Amit, I'm really loving your story. But the person out there has finding no interest in it at all. He's gone to sleep, right? Over there, right? Couldn't help noticing. Wham! He's up. He had a long night.
Actually, I thought you were saying he's gone to sleep.
He's gone to sleep. Well, I caught him in the middle of your story. Gaurav, my question to you is basically about, how I've read Martin Scorsese and how he spoke about in his book called Making Movies. Okay, if you haven't read it, definitely must. The whole process of content and how movies, how a story can be told fantastically, given the constraints and this and that and the other. So he places music on probably one of the biggest pedestal after the story itself, right? And which is where you come in, right? He didn't pay that much attention to editing, which I don't necessarily always agree with. Music is something that he said that can change the whole way people would, get the story or interact with the story or engage with the story. Your take on that, right? So, and how do you help brands tell better stories in what you do?
So I've been before I started Hooper, I was a music director for a long time, almost 7 to 8 years I was doing songs for movies and ads and so on. And I realized most brands want to use music, but they often don't know who to go to except for a few music directors or composers in their circuit, right? So I started this thing. I created a network of about 100 music directors in Mumbai, and I used to reach out to them and ask them, "Tere paas unreleased kya hai?" So they used to give me, I have 4 love songs, I have 4 motivational songs, I have few party songs and so on. So I started doing my own tagging around it and started creating this bank. And I think 2016-17 I had created a track for Double Mint, which was Ek Ajnabi Hasina Se. We had recreated for an ad which was shot by Shujit Sarkar. That did well. I became friends with the Double Mint folks. And they reached out to me a few years ago saying that, okay, we want to create this IP around music. What could we do? We want music to be a part of our storytelling. And I realized that, okay, Double Mint stands for Start Something Fresh. So, we thought of an idea called Double Mint Fresh Take, where every story is about 2 people starting something fresh. And that's where that whole bank of songs started coming handy. I started picking up songs, and we did a 4-track IP with Double Mint. And to sort of accentuate the fresh take, we had regional versions of every Hindi song as a fresh take. So that IP did well. We won quite a few awards for it, close to 100 million views on social media. But then we started realizing that brands want local and hyperlocal music. And during the pandemic, we also had creators and brands reach out to us saying that, okay, like Mama Earth used to reach out to us, ki mere paas muskurahat hai as a keyword, do you have songs? Sunsilk licensed a song, women empowerment is my keyword, and we sent them a bunch of songs. And then we started digging deeper and we realized that, you know what, brands are using the same old Envato, Epidemic, BMG, which are not Indian libraries, and they need Indian music. You know, creators need local and hyperlocal music. A guy like Ranveer Brar is cooking Amritsari chole and using some generic EDM track. Why? You know, we need more of Indian music. So then we went out and raised some funds and we built Hooper.ai. And today it has more than 12,000 Indian tracks. And that's where that entire network of musicians also came handy. We've got 3,000 musicians on our supply, close to 250 musicians contributing music on the platform. And now we are used by Myntra for Myntra Studio, ZTV, HT Media, name the brand, over 180,000 creators. So Ranveer is a client, Tania Khanijo, Ashish Vidyarthi. All of these guys realize that if I'm catering to an Indian audience, then why should I use generic music? I need Indian tracks, right? And the other window that's opened up is brands who take our subscription coming to us and saying that, okay, I've got your subscription. What more can I do with music? You have 3,000 musicians. Can I create regional versions of my existing jingle, right? And we do all sorts of experiments at our back end. I recently took that close-up jingle Paas Aao Na, and I threw it to around 100 musicians. We've got almost 40 to 50 different regional versions of that jingle, right? So there's a lot that brands can do with music. I feel that music as a vehicle, you mentioned at the beginning, Bollywood has used it really well. There are films you remember even today, or actors who've maintained their stardom because of songs, right? And I think brands and creators need to wake up. And a great question, if you are a brand manager who has got his or her storytelling in place or positioning in place, is you got to ask yourself, what's my soundtrack as a brand? Do you have a soundtrack? Do you think of what's my sound? What kind of music? If I were to make an album for my brand, what kind of songs would it have? Right? And that's where Hooper is now helping brands. So that's what we do.
Thanks, Gaurav. Richard, before we close, quick one. I mean, I know that Connust has a lot of expertise in creating branded IPs. The media brand, you create a lot of those. I think a lot of brands today also are, in a sense, media brands because they own communities. They have a lot of people that they talk to almost twice in a day sometimes. Do you think that they're doing enough, aside from just a conversation with people, in creating IPs for themselves, which are storytelling IPs or branded content IPs, or what could they do to do a little bit more of what, some of the amazing stuff that you guys are doing?
Sure. So thanks for asking the question. I think, sure enough, some brands are doing enough and some brands are not doing as much. I think there's definitely room for a lot of brands to create IPs. Let's just look at this journey of how these IPs got created, right? I think it all goes back a few years, I think maybe 10, 15 years, when there were limitations for the alcohol companies to kind of actually create and connect with their audiences. So they created surrogate marketing. I think from that surrogate marketing, it kind of led to, let's create some sort of a content. So we had surrogates, CDs, cassette series, etc., right? Music companies. And then eventually it went to, let's create content that can actually talk to our audiences. So we tapped into the culture of what the audience really wants. Eventually that culture is what brands really want to connect with and use content to shape that culture in some way, right? Once that culture is shaped, they want to help bring people together and build communities. So we've done it a few times. I think we do it all the time with some of our brilliant properties like the Forces of Fashion that just happened and the Met Gala. But we've also built something for an alcohol company called Diageo, called Walkers & Co., which is essentially a community building exercise where we've kind of, through the power of content, we've kind of, brought in a lot of people together. These would be sneaker community people who were interested in sneakers or in music. And we've, so we had Lollapalooza where the brand was present, and we've had a lot of like-minded people who'd show up, and we launched a sneaker there. That was for the sneaker community. So I think, brands are kind of working towards, and brands need to kind of understand that when you create an IP, sure enough, you build the IP, but you want to also, the IP needs to have arms and legs that can go the distance and bring the people together, whether it's through content or on-ground experiences. I think that's broadly.
Thanks, Richard, and we certainly must talk. We could certainly do some things together. Yep, the board tells me the time's up and we may have actually overshot it. I hope it was useful or interesting for sure for you people. I've been fascinated by some of the stories that these people have told. I hope these were as fascinating for some of you as well. Like Yuval Noah Harari famously said in his book Sapiens, people, I mean, the whole job of most of the brand is to give out messaging. But like he said, people don't think in terms of messaging. It's very easy for you to set out a message out there. That's easy. People think in terms of stories, right? Ki wo, like, BJP has done enough amount of development, but what is their story? What is the bigger narrative? Which is what people buy in. Similarly, any other brand, right? So what is the narrative that the brand has? The messaging in come in. And these are some fascinating ways of telling those stories. I hope we have some interesting nuggets from these. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause for all our panelists. And may I now request the Director, Consumer Marketing, Platinum Guild India, Sujala Martis, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation of all our panelists. First up, a big thank you to Richard. Richard, thank you so much for joining in. May we request you to please accept a token of appreciation from our side. Thank you so much, Mukund. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Amit. Such interesting conversation on this panel. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, Pallavi. Thank you, Pallavi. And a big thank you to Ashish for curating this entire panel and the discussion. Thank you so much. And may we request now the entire panel to please step forward together for a group photograph along with Sujala. Please feel free to be a part of the photograph. So can we request all of you to please step in the center. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. Hashtag E4M Content Jam moment right there. A lot of great conversations with some experiential sharing in this particular panel discussion. A big thank you to all our eminent panelists for joining us. Just on the other side, we're going to be announcing the first winner of the contest right now. So we've got the name already. But whilst as we request the panelists to now step down, we're going to be requesting Sujala to stay back. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kindness on time and everything else. So with that, as we have Sujala on stage, it's time for me to announce the first contest winner. We also have one more, which will be coming up shortly. But for now, if we do have Abhilash Krishnan. Do we have Abhilash in the room? Yes, right there. Let's give Abhilash a big, big round of applause for winning the most creative post around hashtag E4M Content Jam. Abhilash, thank you so much for contributing and creating a lot of buzz on social media. And Sujala, may we request you to do the honors and help us in felicitating and congratulating Abhilash. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. And with that, thank you so much, both of you. So, as we promised, the first winner is out, and we still have one more winner to go. So if you still haven't participated, all you got to do is hashtag E4M Content Jam with the most innovative post. But since we respect each other's time, let's go ahead to the next panel discussion. And trust me, this is something which you've all been waiting for, as we're talking about the lasting impact of content marketing on brand building. Of course, content marketing, which is a catalyst for enduring brand influence, leaves an indelible mark on the consumer's psyche. Consistent, valuable content not only engages, but also forges lasting connections. However, it's the strategic cornerstone which shapes not only the brand identity, but also fosters trust and ensures a legacy of influence that extends far beyond fleeting trends in the dynamic marketplace. So with that, we're going to be having our panelists on the stage. First up, the Director Consumer Marketing, Platinum Guild India, Sujala Martis, along with the Head Marketing and Omni-Channel Strategy, Bridgestone India, Ankur Malhotra, Vice President Marketing, ACO General Insurance, Nitin Khanna, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer, Narish Yu, Divya Gursani, and the session is going to be moderated by the country head of Taboola. We're talking about Kanika Mittal. Let's give all of them a big round of applause, and let's get this very integral conversation on. We're talking about the lasting impact of content marketing on brand building, and we couldn't have had anyone better than all our eminent panelists joining us for that. And Kanika, you've got a humble task ahead of curating this conversation forward. Over to you.
Hi, am I audible at the back? All good? My God, come on, we can expect a little bit more noise. I'm sure we all had a great lunch. Okay, super. So welcome everyone to this panel, and like our host said, we have an extremely esteemed panel here. And I can't wait to pick their brains on the topic of content marketing and the impact that it can have in the long run on brand engagement and on brand communications. I'm Kanika. I represent Taboola, a company that is known for its content recommendation engine. And in fact, I must share that one of the questions I get asked the most across panel discussions and otherwise is that how do you really ensure ROI of content marketing in the long run, and how do you really effectively distribute content? And to that, I'd like to say, I think a very good solution lies with what Taboola does, because Taboola makes sure that your content is contextually served, so it is served at the right time, at the right place, to the relevant audience, which actually increases the ROI, the biggest question on the table. And then it distributes it, through premium publishers, through a variety of partners, making sure that you get the scale that you're looking for. So I think really the solution lies in ensuring that we are able to find right partners for our content marketing strategy. And today, with this esteemed panel, we will definitely dive into what are the strategies that they are using and how they are really looking at driving more ROI, more engagement, and more impact through the power of content marketing. So that's our agenda today. Very warm welcome to everyone. Would you want to take a few seconds to introduce yourself, and then we can go right to the panel? And maybe in your introduction, you can tell us briefly why you are so passionate about content marketing.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ankur Malhotra. I represent Bridgestone India. I'm heading marketing for them. In the past, I've worked with brands like Unilever as well as with Abbott and Cadbury. Now, primarily just answering on this particular question, which is relevant to the topic that we are touching upon over here. I think it's a term which has been coined in the recent past or so when we are talking about content marketing, so to say. But we all as marketers know that how important it is in terms of communicating to the right audience in a right manner altogether. We all have been, earning our bread and butter out of it. That's one. But another important aspect is, if I have to just look at, there are multiple categories that I have, made some changes. I have moved into automobile. Currently, I'm working with tires. I have in the past sold ice creams. Everywhere, what matters is resonate. What exactly is the message, what the brand wants to give, what is the vision and the mission, what exactly is something that the consumers would clearly understand, basis which they will take their decision. So it's a medium through which, historically, I've worked into brands and marketing to be able to influence the choices and helping the consumers make the right choice. This is primarily the reason why exactly I feel so excited about content marketing.
Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Nitin. I head marketing for ACO Insurance. I think I'll keep it short. I think, why do I feel passionate? I think number one, there is no choice but to feel passionate about this in the ecosystem that we are in right now. If I don't do it, I'll lose my job, right? But yeah, I think that apart, I think at least I've spent most of my career in building online D2C brands, right from Make My Trip to Ola and now with Acco, right? And I think the power that content marketing keeps unleashing, and it's also gone through its own stages of change that we've seen in terms of helping specifically challenger brands become more amenable, more trustworthy to consumers, and to get them to move across either mind measures or business measures. I think that power has been fantastic, and I've seen them in a lot of areas upfront, and I think that's sort of also what keeps the fuel burning inside, that yeah, you do need to chase something like this.
Hi guys, everyone seems to be in a post-lunch slumber, so thank you for still giving us a full house here. I'm Divya, I'm a brand and culture strategist. I currently lead the marketing mandate at Nourish You. I'm not sure if you all are familiar with the brand, but it's India's first superfoods brand. We're in the FMCG space. I like to call myself the wildcard hire of this company because all my expertise prior to this was in fashion, beauty, lifestyle, and the reason I was excited about working with Nourish You, and I feel the other way around, is because we're hoping to be movers and shakers in this space by leveraging the power of content. The reason I feel particularly passionate about it is because you get to tell a brand story in a multitude of ways through content marketing, and that's what excites me the most about it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sujala, Head Marketing for Platinum Guild India. And of course, as a body, we're quite different because we are a guild. And the single-minded agenda is to drive demand for platinum in this geography. Having said that, I mean, I can't think of a tool that's more relevant to us than content, really. Our consumption culture in this country, no surprises, is driven by gold. And therefore, it's a very complex task. It's a very audacious one as well. And I think what really comes to the rescue is content, and there are many forms with many objectives. But I think if used correctly, content can shape culture, can change consumer behavior, can change perception, and I think that's our game, and that's what gets us excited. I don't think in marketing there's a more exciting job than creating a new category. And that's the way we look at it, and we look at that through the lens of content. So, yeah.
Wonderful. I think it's clear that everyone here is extremely committed and passionate about content marketing. On that note, Divya, let me start with you. How has your experience been, towards using content to really create a strong identity for brands? And how do you make sure that it is distinctive when the online world now is so cluttered?
Absolutely. So I think content is crucial in helping build a brand personality, right? Every brand is like a person. It has a way that it looks, it has a particular aesthetic, it has a way that it sounds, and every piece of content that you create and put out has to be reflective of that and ultimately contributes to that brand identity. I think my favorite example to give, and I think we might all agree with this, is Nike. And the brilliant way that they've done storytelling, any digital ad they put out, any communication, any event that they're even hosting, will always be driven by this inspirational, motivational, just do it kind of communication, right? And that over time, those pieces of content is what's worked towards making Nike what it is today and given it a very distinct identity. You have Glossier, which is a beauty brand which disrupted the industry and built a billion-dollar-plus brand off the back of purely content marketing. You have a bunch of exciting new starter brands in India that are also leveraging content marketing, using a very editorial tone of voice to build community online. And I think that's something that I'd love to discuss as well, is how content can help build community. So they're not just communicating with their consumers from the perspective of, hey, this is our product, why don't you buy it? But talking about other aspects of life that product would fit within, right? So if you're selling a beauty product, you might want to talk about wellness inside and out, right? So you might talk about fitness, you might talk about yoga, you might talk about beauty inside and out as compared to just selling a product. So that again is something that can be perpetuated, I think, through content.
No, that's great, and Nike is a fabulous example. I think many people in the room will relate to that. But just to build on it, Ankur, we'd love to hear from you on what do you think are specific strategies that can be used to engage the audiences and then over time build customer loyalty through content marketing?
I think everything boils down to what exactly, when we are talking about strategy or content strategy, in different categories I've seen everything boils down to what exactly is the insight. Now, we might just take it lightly in terms of for every brand, understanding of the TG in itself is good. But on the entire path to purchase, how that particular decision-making process is getting influenced, which exactly are the right influences? Is it the family? Is it the situation? Or is it something what exactly as a content they would have absorbed some time back? Now, if I have to just pick up an example in my recent category that I am working, tire is one of the least interesting or engaging category for anybody over here. If anybody is over here giving across a challenge to me saying that tire is something very interesting for me, I would have a surprise for myself. So is there anybody who would just raise his hand saying that, beyond automobile, tire is an interesting category for me? Nothing. Would you have gone across on any social media platform and searched for a tire brand, except barring the last 45 days or 60 days when the World Cup was happening and some of our leading competitors were sponsors? Not at all. It's a grudge purchase. I think that's the fact. If you are in a situation where your vehicle has broken down, it's a flat tire, you would look at whichever is the best alternative available for you. But at this stage, if I am able to make you remind of Bridgestone delivering on to best of quality tire in terms of durability, you will be reminded of it, but you will again go across and check into the outlet from a price perspective. Now that's what exactly is the entire part to purchase. So I can't sit down in my office and decide upon a strategy saying that humor is something which is working well for other brands, I will also do. What is humor going to do for my brand and category? The relevance aspect is something which would be missing. So I think the strategy is pretty simple. Look at what exactly is relevant for that particular target group whom you are serving. And whatever is the overall part to purchase, if you are able to bring across your brand as top in the funnel for them to be reminded of when they are in that need. That's what exactly we look at.
Super. And would you like to build on that, Nitin? We were just chatting and you had some very interesting perspectives to share.
Yeah, sure. So I think, I think more from a strategy perspective, at least in my past experiences, we've seen enough and more value that the right content marketing strategies have delivered across different stages of the funnel, right? For example, you consider awareness leading to a higher top of funnel for your brand, right? And content has a role to play there, right? You talk about more mid funnel in the path to purchase, while I think it's different for, say, tire, retail, and outlet. It's a little bit different for online and D2C brands, right? Like a simple example from my current experience with ACO, right? I think we are into extremely trust-heavy category, right? Like specifically as we've moved from car insurance to health insurance, it's a decision you take right now to trust somebody who will be there for you, say, up to 20 years down the line, right? And moving certain metrics more from a mid-funnel perspective that, okay, advertising is giving you enough air cover that people are actually coming and checking you out, right? But how do you get them to actually consider your product once they've landed, which advertising alone has not been able to solve for, right? And I think that's where I think we leveraged a lot of content marketing, not only external channels, but also owned channels. So we had like it's still ongoing, like a hugely successful on the app content marketing play that we've recently introduced. We got Madhvan to basically come on board to represent voice of customer, right? Because what we felt was that like maybe people will not trust the brand saying it, but if you have an intelligent persona like Madhvan actually coming in and representing the voice of the customer, asking the same questions that we've seen a lot of other,
very nice,
right? And uh, strategic investment behind that, placing it in the right stages of the funnel, etc. That has worked wonder for us, and it's sort of complemented all the advertising and like the all the glamorous work that you see out there. I think it needs to be complemented with a lot of this hard-working content marketing strategy as well, which has a role of its own.
No, and I'm so glad you mentioned that, right? Like, because there is, of course, a glamorous side to content, which is all about the storytelling, which is all about, getting the right influencers, stars, maybe even authentic consumers to tell your story. But then there is the hard side of it, which is like you said, content that works hard, which in other words means that content that drives return on investment. So Nitin, anything that you would like to share, how do you make your content deliver better return on investment?
Okay, I think you've given me a very tough question to ask. So I'll try and dodge it a little bit. So I think we were having like a part of this chat inside also. I think it's very important to have the right expectation setting in terms of what a certain content marketing strategy can deliver. What is the KPI that it will deliver on? I think in today's world where patience is extremely less and fragile commodity, I think the pressure on content marketing to immediately translate into sales is very high. And I think a lot of marketeers also fall under the trap that I can only justify it if I'm able to sell my product through it. I think that's the worst thing that you can do from like, not just like a content marketing, but any strategy perspective. If you say that you're going to chase something which is not really the objective of that piece of content or that strategy to deliver. So I think right expectation setting internally with your stakeholders is extremely important. I think as marketers, more than selling outside, we have to sell it inside, right? That okay, is this, like for example, the Madhvan piece that I was just talking about, right? And digital gives us the perspective of making it a lot more measurable in terms of, okay, was this piece of content able to influence X percentage of users more to move from stage A to stage B in the purchase journey? If it was able to do that, then it has done its job, right? And I think you assign the right KPIs to it, I think your job will be a lot easier from that perspective. I think last bit, I think content marketing as a tool, and I think like the topic also says, right, the role it plays in long-lasting brand building. I think you've defined the lens in some ways in the topic as well. And I think like one saying that I like to keep at the back of my mind, and I keep telling my team also, sales overnight, but brand over time, right? And if you're investing in content marketing, I think mostly it's towards building attributes that can help you more from a long-lasting. So it can be identity, it can be tonality, it can be trust, it can be education, whatever you want to build for, right?
Fair enough. And I think, Sujala, if we may build on that, clearly there's a very real struggle on how do you convince your internal stakeholders to continue to invest in content marketing, especially when you're faced with the pressure of, like you said, sales overnight. But in your heart as a marketer, the right thing to do is to also simultaneously build the brand over time. And of course, there are external stakeholders, which could be your franchise partners, it could be your customers, your final consumers, with whom, of course, you have to do content marketing in such a way that it is either emotionally resonating with them or it is fulfilling a gap in their lives and providing some value. So how do you balance internal and external stakeholder management, with the lens of content marketing?
So I think primarily, in content marketing, I think once you determine what is the expected value exchange, sure you have content to put out, but in the sense a consumer is looking at either information or entertainment or at least access. That's one part of it. I think if you build right with reach and relevance, then ROI sort of follows, and That's again a function of the category, a function of the objective that you're looking at. So you will always have a mix of objectives. And I think it's very important to bring clarity in terms of what is this pillar of content trying to solve, what objective is it trying to meet, because in categories where the task is as complex as new adoptions or change in perception, they don't happen overnight, and then looking at it from the lens of traditional ROI will like never work. So, you know, I think at the risk of sounding boring, consistency and a slightly long tunnel point of view is important.
Wonderful. I think there is tremendous consensus within this panel that content is a long-term game, and we have to find ways to be patient with it, whether it is with our strategy with our customers or whether it is with setting the right expectations internally. So, you know, just to build on that, Divya, any success story, any specific example that you would like to share with us where you feel that you managed to strike the balance and get some wins for your brand? Yes, sure. Anybody else would like to, you know, share any success story or examples? Yeah.
I think I'll just add one more bit in terms of, you know, responding back to the last question. There's a simple methodology between me and my team which we have adopted in our organization. Just on the lighter side, there are two, you know, flips which we can just see in terms of how any particular idea is supposed to be sold. One, when we look at from the, you know, the consumer lens, it's completely the positive tonality which we want in terms of all our content development. But the second aspect is in terms of the fear of missing out or, you know, doing something not doing something what the other brands are doing. That's the approach which we adopt internally to sell to the management. So when we go to sales or when we go to management, we primarily talk about what exactly we'll be missing out on. So suddenly there are many approvals which are signed off immediately. Now what we do is, with those approvals, we create content which is much more relevant for the consumer. So that's how exactly we approach it internally. That's just a trick of the trade what we adopt with our team. Now
Please
to respond
make note, guys. That's a good one. FOMO.
Yeah, and you know, at times we have to pick and choose. I don't have a solution right now which somebody would say that, you know, forcefully incorporate AI, let's go and create something with Gen AI. I don't have those solutions. I'll wait for that. Now, when we are talking about any particular communication which has really been sort of, you know, working well for us, during COVID, when the entire world was under lockdown, we created one particular content with our agency under those, you know, very, very critical and challenging circumstances for our truck and bus radial tires. Now, the moment we look at that, it's a category which was, you know, completely at a standstill. The supply chains were completely closed. There were few truck drivers who were actually carrying the product, you know, the healthcare product, the food and nutrition from one place to another. We just looked at that particular aspect of when we are looking at for such a low involving category, can emotion play a role? Can the circumstance play a role? Can we, you know, highlight what exactly is the struggle that these truck drivers are taking to run the supply chain? So that's one particular content which we created under immensely challenging circumstances. That content got created over the course of 15-20 days altogether. That did wonders for us. Now, one is the, you know, the operational or the executional challenge, but second was altogether in terms of whether we want to create a branded content and leverage on the current emotion. So you have to have a fine balance in terms of it doesn't come across that the brand is trying to just leverage, but there is a contribution what the brand is doing. So the entire CSR initiative which we do is something which was incorporated very well in that particular content which we created. The whole idea over here is don't do things for the sake of doing it. Have a very well thought through, you know, integration of your brand and the story what you want to communicate. That is one. Second aspect is clearly I have seen over the course of various brands and categories that I've worked on, it's a very simple thing which we keep on hearing, but young brand managers ignore. Consistency is very, very important. For the brand thought and personality to be established, consistency of messaging and content development is very critical.
Super. And Divya, just to you know, build on that, like he's speaking about consistency, I just want to add to that that it's hard to be consistent when everything around you is changing so fast and it is so rapid. So in an era of you know, constant change in consumer behavior, how do you make sure that you can adapt and stay relevant and stay consistent?
I think the key to staying relevant is to understanding the zeitgeist. And for us, especially at Nourishu, it's incredibly important because we're in the alternative milk space, we're in the plant-based food category, and that requires a huge cultural shift, especially in a country like India, where milk is such a daily part of everyone's routine and life, and a lot of people aren't even aware that they're lactose intolerant. So that's something that we're actively working towards building content to do. But a few ways to stay relevant if you're a brand is, I would say, definitely speak to your consumer. Consumer insights are key. Understand who they are as people, what they like, what platforms they spend their time on, what music they listen to. If they were to go to a restaurant, what kind of restaurant that would be. That'll help you build a consumer persona really well. The second way to also do that is to study content. So look at the way that they're interacting with other content pieces. What are the search terms that are trending at the moment? What are your customer responses or comments that are being left behind on your social or digital channels? And finally, the most important piece is to actually study the cultural moment you're in. And there's a ton of people actually doing this, right? You have foresight analysts, you have cultural strategists that actually look at very qualitative insights about the time that we're in. So there's this firm I know called Trapidol, which actually works on creating culture reports purely about the music industry. You have Yuva here in India, which is actually led by a former professor of mine, Nikhil Taneja, and they do fantastic research on youth culture. So a lot of my experience is also towards building brands for millennials and Gen Z. And when you have reports like that, or you work with organizations like that, and they do tie up with Spotify, YouTube, Meta, Pepsi, so on and so forth, to do these, cultural analysis reports of what the youth of the country is leaning towards. I think that really helps in making sure that you're very, very relevant.
No, that's a lovely point. I think what we're trying to say here is that there's a very close connection between content marketing and culture. And sometimes content marketing doesn't just take inspiration from culture, but it's the other way around as well. Sometimes you can put out a piece of communication, a piece of content that is so powerful and so moving that it can create impact on culture. So it's a two-way street. Content takes inspiration from culture and other way around as well. So your thoughts on that? I think it's such a beautiful point. We should hear from everyone on what they feel about it.
I think 2 points. I think firstly, the fundamentals of marketing still apply to the content marketing game, right? For example, all the things that she spoke about, which is consumer insight, being close to your consumer, etc. Like what applied up, say 15, 20 years back from an FMCG setup still applies to content marketing game. And I think that's something that we should continue doing. I think the other piece where at least we've seen a lot of inspiration coming from, I think while culture and context is extremely important, I think at times we end up underestimating the power of our owned channels, right? And we look for like a lot of stuff outside as well, where at times a lot of, what are your consumers really into? What do they want you to make? Is actually resting right on your own content. So for example, like you have a presence on social media, you have people actually talking to you on call center, people leaving a lot of comments, reviews, etc., app store, and otherwise. I think specifically for us, I think mining a lot of insights or behavior traits that consumers have left behind on our own social media channels and handles has played a very important role in terms of some ways preempting that, okay, if this is what people are really, how they even answer to your comments, right? The form factors that they use to answer to your comments is also like an interesting point to leverage, and like there could be like a ton of information right under your nose which we might be underestimating.
No, that's a great point as well, and let's build on it further. I think you spoke about using different kinds of channels. So Jala, would just love to hear from you your point of view on different channels, different platforms that can be used both to learn from and also to distribute the content.
Yeah, so just to start out with, I think what we just touched upon in terms of culture was a very important point and a very relevant one. because you know that itself is a vehicle of dissemination very often. You know, as a brand, you can either touch upon something that is a cultural transformation moment, and for example,
Beautiful.
you know, like Dove did it. Like in more recent times, where, for example, if you look at their campaign on no filters, which borrowed from culture, but then did one up on culture and said, in a segment that's obsessed with selfies, here's the reverse selfie, for example. Or there are times when you use culture very effectively to be a multiplier, and maybe here I can spend a moment or two talking about one of our brands, and that would be Men of Platinum. And for Men of Platinum, for example, obviously it is targeted at the male TG, and cricket is obviously a big affinity with the male TG. And what we've effectively done is really use, the reverence for the game, use an upcoming icon. I mean, at the moment, the face of the brand is Surya Kumar Yadav. And, create content. And it's a series, it's a content IP, it's a minute with Men of Platinum. And it really gives the audience, a look into the man behind the jersey. And it's pretty much the multiplier of cricket in combination with an icon has a multiplier of its own in some ways. And that's one take on it. The other thing is also, I mean, again, for us at Platinum, we are talking to a far younger audience. And affinity for our offering lies with a younger audience. And therefore, it's time to kind of just, take what you always thought worked and kind of reassess it from time to time, because you need to move where they are moving. For example, TV is losing audiences. And, they are on OTT maybe, and therefore, for us, it made perfect sense to rest content and park it on a Disney Hotstar, because that's where they are, for example. So, yeah, I think those kind of choices come at play.
Super. And any other, strategies you want to share with us for distribution of content? Anything that you have observed works better, or can help you deliver better ROI in the long run?
So I think there is a plethora of, hyper-fragmentation is very, very, very real. And there are a lot of emerging platforms. There's audio streaming, of course, music and otherwise. There's video streaming. There's live streaming. And all of it has its own metric attached to it. For example, if you're doing live streaming, you're not looking at high reach numbers there, but you're looking at converting the few that are plugged in and giving them an immersive experience. So yeah, the plethora keeps expanding. It's what you choose basis your objective that really, puts it in the right framework.
Amazing. So I think we've touched upon a lot of themes. We've touched upon the connection between content and culture, about having a balance between strategies that are short-term to mid-term to long-term. And also, of course, different distribution models, and how do you drive relevance so that your content is being distributed at the right place at the right time. What I'd like to do now is touch upon something really special. So while content can be powerful, when it is juxtapositioned with the right context, it can be absolutely, I would say, fantastic and fabulous, because suddenly a consumer is reading content which is not just relevant to him or her, but it has also been served to him at the right time, at the right moment. And in my experience, when content marketing is mixed with the right context, it creates magic. It's almost like the context is the secret sauce. In fact, I was at another panel discussion of this kind in Delhi, and one of the things that came up was that if content is the king, then context is the kingdom. And I was so proud at that moment, because I felt like Taboola is a true enabler. It enables the king to rule the kingdom well, because it just helps you to distribute content with the right context. So I just want to understand that if, moment marketing, context marketing, timing of various events, and your content and how do you modify and leverage all of these opportunities is something that you consciously plan for. And really, how much of it can you plan and how much do you have to adapt in real time? For example, we see a lot of brands quickly hook on when there is a big moment that happens in a sporting tournament, or when there is something big happening, let's say in a music festival or anything like that. You see a lot of brands like Zomato, Swiggy, etc. quickly jump onto that bandwagon and really enthrall consumers with some very, very witty content marketing. So would just love to hear from all of you, in fact, where do you think the importance of context lies, and something that is maybe special to you, in terms of moment-related marketing.
I think very rightly said so. Context matters significantly. Creating, now if I have to just go back to the example which I cited some time back, creating a film about a truck driver, if it would have not been that particular situation, it would have not resonated. Because there are different pieces which are coming together. Otherwise, for a boring category, it's another film, what exactly the brand has force-fitted, or they are just trying to establish a connect. Similarly, if I'm just looking at, there's a lot we have been talking over the course of last 1 decade in terms of personalization. So there are some pilots which I've worked in my erstwhile brands or in the current, role that I take. Earlier, I was working for a brand called as Pediasure with Abbott, and clearly over there, the message through the CRM team has to reach out to mothers who are clearly worried about in terms of the health and nutrition and growth of their kid. At what stage the message is given matters significantly. So we never went about in terms of shooting out SMSs or WhatsApp messages. It was very much clearly, as a part of our approach, that when the mom is waiting in the chamber of the doctor, that's the time when exactly this message has to be given. Because the level of resonation, the level of what exactly is the top of mind concern for the mom, how exactly she takes that particular message when she is given an opportunity to get into the doctor's chamber and articulate the right question within those 2 to 3 minutes that she is getting with the doctor matters significantly. Similarly, if I have to just look at sort of a data marketing initiative which we are currently running, we are sitting in a conference. If you are getting WhatsApp messages about Bridgestone offering 20%, who's going to jump out and get the tire change? Doesn't matter. My point over here is, whatever is the solution that you have, it needs to deliver at the right space and in the situation what exactly is the most relevant for your brand and consumers. If I have to just look at, there are various segments which we address to, and there is an emerging segment of auto enthusiasts. Now, auto enthusiasts typically would be talking about, the engine quality, the aerodynamics, the seats, the other functions and the features of an automobile. But there's a lot of discussion which is happening on platforms like Quora. This was something which was completely ignored in the past. A simple exercise what we have done is, that's the platform where people are going to look at the most content which they can, a trustworthy content which they can believe they can execute. As a brand, we have just done one exercise. Pick up the top 20 questions around the category, answer it back to them in terms of the language, what they easily understand as consumer, not necessarily bringing across the details of the compound of the tire which I have. That has worked really wonders for us. Because as a thought leader in the category, then we are able to move these consumers from Quora to our website to ask much more relevant questions about Bridgestone, what we can discuss. So context, platform, situation, I think it all matters significantly.
Yes, and I just noticed that our time's up, so maybe we can do final thoughts from all of you, and in that you can touch upon the relevance of context if you would like. So, Nitin, maybe we start with you now in terms of the final thoughts.
Sure. So I think time's up, so I'll keep it short. I think just closing the loop on moment, because in today's age, I think just one simple advice: don't chase everything. Like, it's not important to have something going out for every moment. So I think what's helped us as a brand, and maybe, if there are brand managers here, they can take you also, that some stuff you can plan and we pick and choose our battles, that if it's a planned event, okay, these are 2-3 things that matter to our TG. We will be prepared in advance in terms of what's the template that we are going to follow. Anything that's unplanned, I think stay true to the tonality that you've built. I think consistency in that tonality will only get amplified and do it. So pick your battles. Don't just be in a rat race that, because XYZ brand is jumping on the trend, I also have to jump on the trend.
Great point.
I think very simply put, marketing money follows time spent. So as long as you study your consumer journey, you know exactly what part of their journey you want to target them in. Very tiny example, if I want to speak to an urban consumer in a city like say Bombay or Bangalore, where they're stuck during their commute time, should I reach them through a podcast? Should I reach them through that little TV at the back of your Olas, right? Because that's where they're sitting idle and they will most likely register my brand. So in terms of finishing thoughts, I think thank you so much for having me on the panel. It's really been a pleasure. There's been a lot to learn from everyone here. And I love to say content is king and we're just foot soldiers. So thank you.
Yeah, I think, context is queen, I thought. But, yeah. Well, I couldn't agree more because it's all about timing. You catch me on a bad day and you'll get a very different response. That works for our audiences as well. And I think there are many facets to it, right from audience insights to, what is the situation and the analysis of the situation? What is the geo? What is the location? What is the cultural context of that TG at the time? All of that is part of context, really. And also a bit about what you said, where it's possible to do some kind of predictive analysis, you should, because that gives you, a bit more clarity on what is likely to work and what can't work. And just, I couldn't agree more on the moment marketing bandwagon bet, because I think, multiple marketing teams across are like severely under pressure every time there's a moment to come up and say something super cool and super quirky that can be like, shared. And I think you should do that only if there's something relevant to say, or if you're going to say something refreshingly different, because by morning, everyone has multiple forwards of what happened in the game last night. So if you don't have anything amazing to say, it's better not to.
I think that those were some great insights out there, some really lovely nuggets to walk away from. Don't do anything till it is relevant and you really believe in it. Don't do something just for the sake of it because others are doing it. And if you do something, try to make it more culturally relevant. Try to have a sense of balance between short-term and long-term. And most importantly, try to get it contextually right so that you can really make use of moment marketing. So I hope that those insights were useful to everyone. And a big thank you to our esteemed panel. We got through a lot of questions, so almost it was like a rapid fire in a very short period of time. So I hope you all enjoyed it, and a big thank you to Exchange for Media for organizing this. And long live content marketing. Let content be king and let context be queen. And please continue to work in this field with tremendous passion, because that's what tells, the passion is what actually translates to great stories and great content. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And well, Kanika, you did such a fabulous job curating, and of course, all our eminent panelists, thank you so much for contributing to the discussion. We've got one last bit wherein we're going to be requesting the co-founder and CEO of Hooper and Songfest India, Gaurav Dagaonkar, to kindly join us and help us with the felicitation of each and every one of you. So ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause to all our panelists. What an excellent session this has turned out to be. First up, a big, big thank you to Ankur. Ankur, thank you so much for joining us. Head Marketing and Omnichannel Strategy, Bridgestone, India. Thank you, Nitin Khanna, Vice President Marketing, Acco General Insurance. Thank you, Divya. Thank you for joining us, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer, Nourish You. Thank you, Sujala. Director, Consumer Marketing, Platinum Guild, India. And, of course, our moderator, Country Head Tabula. We're talking about none other than Kanika Mittal. Thank you, Kanika. And may we request all of you to please step forward along with Gaurav, if you could be a part of the photograph as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, hashtag E4M Content Jam moment. If you like the conversation, let's applaud them with a bigger round of applause. Great leaders. What they say today is going to create history tomorrow. We're talking about some great anecdotes of wisdom coming across from all our panelists. Thank you once again. And thank you, Gaurav, for felicitating. Thank you, Kanika, for curating. So up next is our conversation, which is going to be the final session of the conference today, the future of content creation and curation. Now, trust me, the leaders and the people who are joining us on the panel, it couldn't have gotten any bigger and better than that. The team strived for the best, and they've got the best. So, ladies and gentlemen, the future of content thrives on the symbiosis of creation as well as content. The content creators which push boundaries with innovation, while the curators are the ones who refine for sustained relevance. In a landscape shaped by AI and diverse media, we're looking at the synergy which heralds an era where content seamlessly adapts, ensuring its resonance and flourishing across various platforms. So with that being said, it is time now to welcome our eminent panelists. Head of Content, Gaurav Jain. Let's give him a warm round of applause whilst as we welcome Gaurav Jain. Global Head, Digital, Experiential and Content Marketing, Tata Communication, Saugata Bagchi. Thank you, Saugata, for joining us. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, you can be much more louder with that round of applause. CEO, only much louder, Gunjan Arya. Thank you, Gunjan, for joining us. Head Shimarumi, Abhishek Joshi. Thank you, Abhishek. Head Branded Content, Viacom 18 Network, Vivek Mohan Sharma. Founder and executive producer, Lucifer Circus and Lucifer Music. We're talking about Gaurav Chanana. And this session is going to be moderated by the principal partner content, Mindshare Fulcrum, Sunny Rangwani. So with that, a big welcome to all our eminent panelists. Thank you so much for joining us today. And Sunny, you've got this great task ahead of getting the best knowledge out of these great minds. So over to you, Sunny.
Thank you very much. I think it'll be just interesting for us to get started on this really interesting conversation with a quick round of call out by each one of you, a quick round of introduction on what you guys exactly do. You know, if each one of you can summarize in one line what really the future of content creation is, it might just be an interesting way for us to get a conversation started. So, Gaurav, we can start from there.
Hi. So I'm Gaurav Jain. I work for one of the best brands in the world, which shall not be named. And what the future of content is, in one word, would probably be personalization.
Thanks, Gaurav. Hi guys. I'm Saugata. I work with Tata Communications, look after digital content, experiential, and performance media marketing. For me, to sum up the content of the future, would largely be around phygital and experiential.
Hey, hi everyone. I'm Gunjan. I lead a company called OML. We are probably India's largest independent digital media company. We produce shows, long-form original content shows for platforms. We produce branded content in 20 other countries, and we work with a bunch of artists, some of you, which I hope you follow. For me, content is probably just hope and a lot of empathy, because that's what the distribution allows for it to be.
Hi everybody, please search LinkedIn and here's my name. So, future of content was, is and will always be entertainment. That's the only one job it is supposed to do, and that's what it will do.
Hi everybody, my name is Vivek. I take care of the branded content across Viacom 18 Network. We are a setup which kind of create fabulous content, short format, long format for viewers with the brand lens. and we work with a lot of people actually on the floor. So thank you for this opportunity, Sunny and E4M for being here. I can say a very long line for what the future of content is, but for now, keeping the context, I think it's going to be immersive storytelling. Immersion coming in from creativity and platform, and storytelling is, of course, what I think is content is all about.
Hi guys, I think the future of content will be between the two Gauravs. It started with a Gaurav, is ending with one. And this is Gaurav Channa, just kidding. I think, localization and also the use of music. Like how, yeah. So, with digitalization of music is just the beginning. The use of music is not fully tapped. I think we're not even started using it. I think that will be the future.
Pretty interesting, right? 6 different perspectives on where future of content lies, and I'm sure all of them will somewhere submerge together, right? So I think it's anyone's guess where this is going. I think to kickstart the discussion, Abhishek, I wanted to pick up a question with you, right? You spoke about entertainment as future of content, right? And you see this whole space where there's so much snackable content out there, everything being possibly 6-seconder, 59-seconder. As part of being part of Shimaru and Shimaru Me, where a lot of it is long-form content, where do you see are the challenges and opportunities of long-form content, where everyone is just, struggling to find attention of audiences?
See, before that, I was also with MX Player and launched MX Tagatak, which was the BAP of snackable content, right? So I've seen both sides. The challenges and opportunities in content lies, and the answer is with the consumer. We can speak about it, we can say the challenges and opportunities are engagement, time span, eyeballs, attention span, all of that. What we should solve for, and what is our primary job, is to make it the content discoverable. Audiences should know where, what, and why to watch. We are just enablers. Technology is an enabler. It's a catalyst. The final decision to watch and spend time, which in other words is also money, lies with the people who come to your platform to sample it, not sample it. According to me, content is neither good or bad. Content is content. What makes it good or bad is how you mount it, how do you speak about it, who do you speak to. That is what makes it good or bad. Good for you might be very bad for me, right? It's very similar to how humans are born. Nobody is born good or bad. It is environment around him or her that make him good or bad. Similarly, every content has its own set of audiences, snackable, long form. What we should always remember is, which is my own finding, is long form content is always searched for. Short form is a surprise. Music is not searched for. The next song, you don't know what's going to come on the radio station. Snackable, when you keep swiping up, you don't know what's going to come next. That's a surprise. Long form is always searched for. And the attention time span is much higher in long form than in short form. So content is content. The films have started doing 1,000 CR anyways. So consumers, and especially Indians, have a lot of time to spend.
Yeah, not maybe in Bombay and some of the other metros, but which is actually a follow-up piece that I wanted to check with you, if you don't mind, right? You guys are big in the regional space as well, right? And outside India as well, you guys have gone to multiple countries. Are there any particular consumer behaviors, because you already spoke a lot about audiences and insights around that? Are there any particular prominent insights that you're seeing in regional audiences and the way they consume their content versus Hindi and English?
The advantage, I mean, I'm going to speak the open secret. When you are in the regional space, there is no number two. No number two. It is a first movers market. You look at Hoi Choi, you look at AHA, you look at Sun Next, you look at us. They will because the headroom for number two does not exist. And regional players or regional environment ecosystem will always be the first approach to market will always be SWOT. Because AWOT के लिए audience ही नहीं है to monetize. That's number one. What does not happen, which happens pan-India, is regional audiences are much more loyal than pan-India audiences. They exactly know what and why they come to Shamarumi or whoever, and they exactly know what to consume. So my streaming MAU, I mean, why me? I mean, for every other regional OTT, my streaming MAU is almost equal to my overall MAU, which is a very big advertising opportunity as well. So that's the primary difference.
Some really interesting points. And on this, Vivek, I wanted to segue into a discussion with you where we spoke about one set of audiences with Abhishek, where we said that there is regional audiences which are critical, right? But Viacom is known for doing some great work in the youth-specific market, right? Have you guys seen any specific, and you all also are across multiple platforms, right, from digital to OTT and across. Are there any specific trends that you guys have seen which are going to lead the way for the future of content?
Yeah, so if I limit it to content and the questions that you mentioned, youth, I think one of the journey that we have taken in the last few years is that our vehicle that we carry to the market for youth is actually MTV. And there was a time that I think all of us kind of grew as MTV, as in the old form what MTV was, right? But then we realized that the content has to follow the viewer. And the eyeball started moving just from television to the shorter screen. The screen became shorter and shorter, right? So we've actually, as Viacom, been on a journey where MTV has transformed itself from being a television brand to actually a youth brand. You know, if you look at the content consumption which happens for MTV today on YouTube, it's phenomenal. You know, every piece of content that MTV generates also has an OTT leg and has a huge, probably even higher amount of viewership on Jio Cinema. So I think what we've done is that we followed the TG in terms of creating what we wanted to create for them, and the transformation has happened. And the same is actually happening for a lot of other things as well. I mean, Nickelodeon, which is our premiership channel, also has today a huge footprint on YouTube because YouTube is also becoming the by default screen mechanism for kids. So I think that's the journey that we're also taking. It's about wherever the viewers and eyeballs are. We're a content creator. We're not a and we have strength in terms of platforms across. So wherever the eyeballs are, exactly the space where our content is kind of moving to.
Very interesting, you know, when you say that different audiences, different content, different platforms. Which is why, Gaurav, I think with you and Gunjan, you know, if we can understand the overall perspective of, and OTT players, content creators largely depend on creator hubs like yourselves, right? What is it that's seeming like, you know, are the focus areas for y'all in terms of content creation?
Sure. See, the first thing that, you know, the challenge, I would say, is like, we're basically advertising and we do for long format as well, is like everybody wants, like even the bigger players and all the players are looking for a smaller, snackable, like you mentioned. That's the flavor of the season, reels, you know. But I just believe, and this is what I tell everybody, like even when we are doing a 30-seconder, you know, and they say do it in 20, or, you know, obviously the media money being one. So we always say, ab 30 bana lo. Because वो बोलते हैं नहीं यार कोई देखता नहीं है, या अगर 1 मिनट की फिल्म है तो कोई देखता नहीं है, हमने देखा रिसर्च किया है. So I always say, सर अगर फिल्म अच्छी है तो लोग 3 घंटा 21 मिनट की भी देखते हैं, और अच्छा नहीं है तो कोई 5 सेकंड के ऊपर नहीं देखता. You know, and everybody, you know, said कि अरे फेसबुक ने बोला है कि 5 सेकंड में ब्रांड दिखा दो, फिर 15 सेकंड में ख़त्म कर दो, और सब लोग कर रहे हैं.
We hear this in the agency life every day.
खुद उन्होंने 7.5 मिनट की फिल्म बनाई है और सबने देखी है, और उसमें फेसबुक एंड में आता है. You know, So it's a classic case of don't practice what you preach. You know, so भगवान डराने के लिए है, पीछे है भगवान ऐसा करेगा, तो देव ऐसा बन गया है. So like I think I would agree that what, like he said, entertainment. If you can entertain the audience, वो 5 सेकंड भी देखेंगे और वो 5 घंटे भी देखेंगे और एक साथ बैठ के देख जाएंगे. आप शो रिलीज करो 10 एपिसोड का, अगर वो रात, because when Netflix came, they said we are competing against sleep, you know, and they won because it was interesting. कभी देखा नहीं था किसी ने ऐसा. So it's just that if we do it well, people will watch.
Pretty interesting. I think Gaurav and me were having a little bit of a conversation around this backstage on long form versus short form. It's always a battle, right? But Gunjan, your point of view on this?
Sure. I don't think I'm going to say anything different, but in the same vein of whether it is entertainment, for entertainment's sake, or the fact that it follows where the target audiences are, what I am most inspired by today is the fact that media agencies, creative agencies, production agencies have to come together because there is just a multiplicity of choice for the consumer itself. Today, each one of us are audiences of one. What's happening on my phone is in no means replicated on another 40-year-old woman's phone who happens to be in the media industry as well and may also live in Bombay. We don't follow the same people, we don't watch the same shows. My top apps are not her top apps. And that is what makes the conversation interesting from the get-go. Even if you're making a 30-seconder ad, I think most of you may have already been exposed to the cred work that happened where every time there was an IPL break, you had a different yesteryear star from the 90s who was brought out. That meant you stopped using those breaks as loo breaks, right? You actually sat down to see, hey, what's coming next? It was a very standard 30-seconder format. So I think all formats will stand as long as we're willing to have the difficult question of what makes those formats work.
Pretty interesting. And you said that media agencies, creative agencies, and creators. We also have brand custodians here with us. They are the ones who are spending the dollars most often. Swagato, on that note, I wanted to pick a point with you. You guys have services on both sides, right? B2B and B2C as well, right? What's the strategy overall between the two sets of audiences, right? Because the way they consume content, a lot might be forced on them as well when it comes to B2B. But really interested because you have that side of exposure as well. How do you see that moving in the future?
So first thing, Sunny, we don't do any B2C, okay? We just do customer content, okay? So the insight, and Abhishek spoke very well about it, the logic behind it is that when you're creating content to sell, which is essentially what we do, when you're not to sell the content itself, but to sell a product on the back of the content, right? When you're doing that, the first and foremost thing that one needs to keep in mind is the fact that you're selling to an individual. He or she may be sitting on an institutional chair, making a buying decision, but it is his or her nature, insecurities, whichever way may you look at it, and more so when you're at a B2B institutional level where a deal probably can be in hundreds of millions of dollars, and if God forbid something goes wrong, careers are at stake, right? Organizations are at stake. So keeping those insecurities in mind, bringing out the honesty of the message that you are landing, at the same time being relevant and probably given some entertainment, right? When I joined this company about 5 years back, there was a certain way in which content was created, right? And if you spend some time looking at the way our stories are coming out today, you'll find that there is a significant difference because we are actually telling stories, right? We are actually telling stories by putting the customer in the center of what is the art of possible if they were to work with us, right? So I think that, and I'm talking from my agency experience also, that hasn't changed, right? What has probably changed is, having moved to this side of the table, my ability to convince and sometimes even enforce decisions has probably become stronger, right? So to go back to your question, the strategy is keep it simple, be honest, respect and recognize the intelligence of the individual whom you want the content to be seen by, and of course, be present at the right place at the right time, either in in the form of a 30-seconder or 5 घंटे तो हम नहीं बनाते हैं, but maybe a 30-seconder or a 2-minute or a 2.5-minute film that we talk about. So that's how I would put it.
Nicely put, Swagato. I think customers can be categorized in whichever way, but the way you guys see it straightforward, I think it just puts a lot of concentration in the right way, right? A lot of times we slice and dice things to assume that, you know, this will make things far more strategic, but sometimes a straightforward approach is far more effective. You spoke about long form and 3 hours. There is Gaurav, who's been doing content for a substantial amount of time in the organization that we don't speak of. So, yeah. So, Gaurav, your perspective on audiences and how you guys create content around that.
I'm just going to echo what Shogata just said. I think you have to be honest to who your audience is and honest to what your brand is about. I think that's first and foremost. So you don't do things like buying influence or buying reach and things like that. You try and get there as organically as possible because you want to stay there for as long as possible. If someone can come in and throw more money and replace your name with your spokesperson or your influencer, then there's not a position you want to be in. So fundamentally, telling an honest sort of story and keeping your brand integrity intact, even when it's hard, right? Because it's hard to be organic. It's hard to be honest with the things you do. I think that's first and foremost. If you do that, whether it's short form, long form, snackable content, music, sports, whatever, right? I think it cuts across. Even with fiction in cinema, I mean, if you're telling authentic stories which make sense to an audience, you're there, you know what I mean? Then the challenges show up, like, is discovery a challenge? Is personalization a challenge? You know, marketing is a challenge. So all those things are just steps to get the content surfacing. But just to get there, I mean, just be honest, know who you are and who you're talking to. The rest will just fall into place, I guess.
So, if I may, Sunny, I'll just add a point to what you said about the strategy, right? It's a very interesting way to look at it. So it's a story that I'll say. We were writing a film, right? So the agency comes back to us, 3-4 edits of the script, and somehow something was not sitting right. Okay, so again, coming back from the agency side, we are all friends, right? So this gentleman took me to the corner and, in our chaste agency way, expressed his displeasure to the script getting rejected 4 times. And during the conversation, he himself came up with this idea, saying that you are doing a lot of performance marketing these days. Do you want me to put keywords in the script? Right? I said, why not? He says, what do you mean? I said, have you done any kind of research for the category which we are trying to write a film about? What is the customer's intent? What is the intent-driven behavior that they are showing? And is your film stacking up to that? If it is, I'll sign up on it right away, and I'll give you twice the budget that we had initially agreed upon. First, do that. I don't know what sparked. The gentleman went back, did what he had to do. I don't know if he actually did his research, but dove into his gut and made this happen. But that is probably one of the most high-performing films that we created. This was done when we celebrated bringing internet to India 25 years back as BSNL in 1995. I'm talking 2-3 years back. This happened. That's one of the most watched films that we have ever made as a B2B company. It's crossed 1 million views. And for a B2B organization that's dealing primarily with enterprises, that's a different kind of a story. Nobody expected that to happen. So while we're talking about entertainment and all the other things that we discussed, all very relevant point, I think sometimes thinking out of the box when you're actually creating the kind of content that you're looking to build, these things might help.
Pretty interesting. We do a lot of conversations in the role that I run around measurement of content, right? And the funny thing around it is each content piece is different. With the people that are in there, protagonists that are in there, the storytelling, up, down, various ways of doing it. But still measurement is so critical in trying and finding one clear route, or at least a direction in essence to how you put some method to this madness, right? And I'm glad that you spoke about that aspect. Vivek, Swagato also spoke about various audiences that are sitting, and are consuming content around it as well, right? And then you did get a little bit of a perspective of from Gaurav and Saugato on brands and their perspective on content. I've been on that side, and I would love for all brands to get associated with content. But have you seen with your audience understanding that there are a certain set of audiences where branded content makes a lot of sense, and there are a certain set of audiences where we should ignore it completely?
Well,
I hope you don't get fired for the second part of the question.
If you ask a branded content guy who should be doing branded content, the by default answer is going to be everybody, right? So, but you know, if I just layer that aspirations with reality about what is happening in my mind, I think I'm going to look at it. Branded content also actually a very vast definition, and unfortunately or fortunately, nobody defined what branded content is. You know, so I'm going to take the liberty of just broadening up the encompass. So, in my mind, there are two buckets at which how branded content is created, right? One part is where you already have a property or an influencer or a protagonist ready, and how the brand, for example, leverages it to use you know, to reach out to audience, right? Now that is a much wider pool, right? Because if you want to be part of a pop culture, if you want to reach an average domestic Bharat household in India, then those properties already exist. And we've also seen that the audiences, in terms of, because the viewership is very high, the pool of brands who want to leverage it is also very high. So from an FMCG, you know, to anybody who wants to reach, you know, it can be a cosmetic brand, that pool is very high, right? And that we've seen it, you know, it comes in different forms, whether it's an influencer video or it's a brand going inside the show, that's a much bigger pool. The other side of branded content is where we create content with a brand lens, right? Where there is of course, content created for the viewer, but it's also subliminally, you know, fulfilling a brand objective. Now that is a much smaller pool, right? And we've seen that most of the brands who want to get inside are typical brands who have a more complex purchase behavior, or they're trying to shape, for example, a purchase decision. So you typically see if you take 1 week to decide that product, it'll probably not be there. But if you take a month to decide it, right, that's exactly where this kind of bespoke content also plays a weight. So an automobile brand, an tech brand, an insurance company, you'll really see are where the decisions are far more complicated as against an impulse purchase, is where that side of branded content is actually getting more stronger. So from where I see it, I think in reality, it is very relevant for brands to invest into content, because in this information clutter, it's one way that you can attack the head and heart together. But in reality, yes, the pools is kind of divided between two buckets. One bucket which I think everybody is leveraging, the other pool which is smaller, but it's increasing, and we want it to increase even further.
So are you saying it's more objective defined rather than audience defined? Mid and bottom funnel be more content focused? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, see, the difference between branded content and content is that somewhere you have to find that nice balance of what the viewer wants and what the brand wants, right? So yes, I mean, when we think branded content, the difference over viewership is we first put the brand lens, and then we identify, okay, now keeping that into mind, how do I still engage with the audience? Because people still have to watch it. So yes, the first pivot to operate is what the brand objective is. And then comes the challenging task of making sure how do we still make it viewable, how that still it is content and not an advertising film.
So if I could jump in on that, while I definitely agree it's objective based and always will be, I believe what digital has done has actually crashed the funnel. I think you have the same content piece that can do the job of awareness building as well as lead straight through to commerce, because commerce is also digitally enabled today. And that's definitely something new that all of us are dealing with right now.
I think I'll just jump in and say that it's content's content. I mean, when you're saying it's branded or non-branded, it's a very industry term that we're using because we have jobs and we have segments that we got to take care of. But I think the way to look at it is if somebody's watching on the other side from the audience or a consumer side, how are they looking at it? Is it entertaining? Is it informative? Is it fun to watch? Should I watch it? Do I want to watch it? I think that's what matters. The brand ethos is relevant, brand visibility not so much, and is it sort of, again, honest, if it doesn't make sense? Those are the things that you look at. Whether it's branded or non-branded is completely a corporate thing, I would say.
To adding what even Saugato said, like, you know, like the keywords thing you mentioned. So very interesting. See, basically whatever we do, it's commercial art at the end of the day, you know. So there has to be art and there is a commerce attached to it. So the communication of it, like the keywords or anything, or the brand story or the brand ethos, like we can always put it in. जैसे ना मीठी गोली बोलते हैं ना बच्चे को खिलाते हैं डाल के खीर में डाल के दवाई खिलाते थे, you know how you feed your dog. So it's a bit like that, I feel. But it can be done like even Gunjan said. Today, content can be anything, like entertainment, yes, information, yes. It has to be of use to who's watching. Agar wo khali baitha and he's just mundane, he's just going through anything, there's a different story. I think it's much like, even you meet someone, you know, until the person is talking is of use to you. You listen, right? And then you are there, but you just zone out. You know, at times your friends also say, hey, kya bakwas kar rahe? You go to your phone, you do something. So it's just, you know, of being used. It can be entertainment, it could be information, and at the same time, if it can be of use to the brand, that we have a communication and we have some value to the consumer, I think we have done our job.
It's pretty interesting. You know, I think everyone on the panel is saying that content is content and you need brands to be seamlessly fitting in there, right? I think I started this journey on content about 8 years back. A lot of brands were not having these conversations, and I'm quite, as in this side of the panel, I understand saying that, but that side of the panel also saying that is great progress that I think the content journey has made. We spoke a lot about branded content, and I think the latest in branded or unbranded content is also how tech is getting enabled and activated in content, right? And I would like to start off with that side of the panel to understand, you know, how you guys are seeing tech enabling actually engagement of content with audiences, right? Because that's what a lot of it is doing right now. So any thoughts, Gaurav, Saugata, whoever wants to go first?
So absolutely, it's a fair point. I think there's two sides to it. One is that whether it's sound in cinema, whether it's color, whether it's VFX, things like that, they're all tools. And you're still telling the story you're telling, whether you're telling it in 30 seconds because of the platform's limitations, or it's a 2-hour story. I don't think it makes a difference. You just use the latest tool that's available to you to either automate, save yourself time, save yourself money. I think that's fundamentally what it is. But at the same time, I think if you just take it a step further, like personalization is something we were talking about. I think it's going to fundamentally change how content is consumed. I think you're moving from mass communication to mass personalization. So it's fundamentally shifting. So how that's going to pan out, I don't think we know, because I don't think it's really made an impact yet. Obviously, you have these, you have content on Instagram, or you're listening and watching something, and everybody's watching that very, very quickly because it becomes popular, and the algo is serving it up to you. But I think that's going to get sharper and sharper as things go on, as more data gets collected. And that's when it gets interesting, because then how do I create content for 400 million people, which caters to each individual one? Like Gunjan was saying, you know, no two 40-year-old women in media are the same. Well, that would go to just about anybody in the world, right? Then how do you create content which communicates to all of them? I mean, is it more interactive, where you're actually part of the storytelling? Is it not? Is it like, you know, sort of drip down, where you're creating the story like you always did, and people who find it interesting find it interesting? No real answers there. You know, it's just like, I think it's evolving at a very rapid rate, and we'll see how it pans out. But I mean, tech-enabled is what it is. Whether it's surfacing the content or storytelling itself, it's going to be a big part of it. So,
yeah, so you said personalization and interactivity, right? But I think what I was really keen to also get a keen perspective on is, while I think a lot of content creators are quite excited about this whole tech ecosystem, as brands also, are you seeing that as something that's sustainable, or are you seeing that as something which is a bubble or a fad and it will die down?
no, absolutely. Again, as brands and as people who create content for a living, we just look at it as telling stories. We don't look at it as, oh, this is branded content, this is unbranded content, right? It's just stories. So if some tech or AI involvement makes my content stand out or helps me visualize what I'm thinking in my head, fantastic. But there'll be a lot of stuff which we won't use at all. But at the same time, you're trying to also predict what the algo is doing, so it might pick up what we're putting out there in social in some way or the other. So there's a lot of human intelligence that does go into it, because a lot of this stuff exists out there. But it's like, do I know how to use it, or do I know how to sort of find the right sort of input to get the right kind of output that I require, you still need people to sort of come in and hit that red button in the end, right? So it comes down to that in my opinion. But as far as when you're looking at it, I'm just looking at it as a story which can reach as many people as possible. Everything else is an enabler.
Quite interesting. Sakshi, your views?
Yeah. So I'll just give an analogy. In my personal opinion, tech, I believe, is like the share market. Just like you can't time the share market, right? Similarly, you can't, define a role for tech saying I'll use only this or that vehicle to build content, right? And I think Gaurav put it beautifully, and I'll just rephrase it. Tech is an ingredient that goes into your recipe for creating the content, right? What role it has to play is what you decide, because the output of that content, the outcome of that content is something that you have already decided, and only then you have started on the journey to make that content, right? But where tech has a very important role to play, I think personally, is how you surface that content, right? Something which 2-3 years back was a buzzword, right? And people who used it right actually got some significant upsides from it, but then that got kind of shafted because of various policy issues, was audio fingerprinting, right? Now if you think, that's a beautiful example of tech where I know with what cues I want to surface what kind of my content, right? Other thing is tech is another great enabler. Personally I believe that a company like Netflix is not great because of its content library. That's one aspect to it, right? There is better content probably in Jio. There's better content probably in Shamaru, depending on the audience we're talking to. Netflix is great because of its recommendation algorithm, right? It gives you content that you want to watch and lose sleep, like Gaurav said in the beginning, right? So it's about how you use tech rather than getting carried away with tech per se. At the start of the discussion, I said that for me, the next big thing in content is is phygital and experiential. Tech has a huge role to play there. But if we say that I will create a store in metaverse, and because I have to create a store in metaverse, then we are doing a disservice, right? If that store helps, why not? So that's what I would say. Hence the initial analogy of you can't time the share market, you can't time what tech, or you can't put tags on this tech is to be used for this, or that tech is used to be used for that. This is what I would say.
Yeah, I think interesting point on using tech in the right manner, and I think a lot of times we're guilty of forcing it down, because it's such a new thing. So your estimation on when the Modi Dandiya video came out, I'm hoping that you saw that. It was with generative AI. Good thing or?
I'm sure, Sunny, you've made plenty of metaverse pitches in the last 2 years. 2 years ago, probably, right? So.
Yeah, you had a point, Abhishek.
No, I had just 2 points, and for that I wanted to share was something that I read somewhere. Coming to your Netflix example and the content. So there's a fundamental difference between a brand and a product, right? When some other OTT does not stream, the audiences and the consumers say, they are not working on tech, they are very bad on product, why are they not investing, bad engineers, bad UI, bad UX, blah, blah. When Netflix doesn't stream, it must be my internet. That's the brand. It's not the product. Also offers. Have you ever, as consumers and viewers, said, yaar, kya bakwas hai? You don't say it. You say, it must be, my internet must be slow. You have 100 Mbps, but nahi. That's the difference between, that's the fundamental difference between how consumers, viewers, your bread and butter suppliers are seeing you outside, which you don't even realize, number one. Number two, I'll just say it, I always say this example, quote this example, it's my example, it's IP. See, I'll say it from an OTT POV, right? The fundamental difference between a TV channel and OTT is, for a TV channel, the brand or the genre is defined by the content it shows. Saas bo to GC music hai to music channel, sports hai to sports, all of that, right? It is defined, the brand identity is defined by the content it has. OTT has everything. Then who are we? Number 3 is, anything that was invented to add convenience in consumers' lives have always done well. Mobile phone, nobody wanted to wait for the landline to convenience. OTT was one example. Television ke samne appointment, viewing, no, you had entertainment on the move. And that is why broadcaster OTTs were the first ones to come out. What happened in the process is, from a second screen, the ecosystem tried to be the first screen of entertainment. Tech is an enabler. But what is the consumer asking? He's only asking for convenience. We have named a self-inflicted problem as innovation. AI layout, ML layout, metaverse. Are consumers asking that? How would a consumer know snackable content bhi hota hai? Humne diya hai. And then we have created a issue and a problem, and we are trying to solve it. Is the consumer asking, consumer is only asking for convenience. All we need to do, everything that we do has to enable that. And the last piece, sorry I took a bit of a time, but I had to say it. We are in a business of content and entertainment. Excel sheet mein dhanda karna hota to we should have been in the bank. Excel happens when we do the P&L. And P&L can't be in black if you don't do your primary job well.
Very interesting from a platform standpoint. Vivek, from a Viacom's standpoint, how do you see tech enabling, we heard a lot on how Shimaru is saying how tech enables audience interaction. How do you guys are foreseeing this, the whole tech innovation space?
I'm just going to add to what Gaurav and Shogata was saying. One of the things I think tech does, and I'm taking the liberty of speaking both as a content creator and as a platform because we kind of do the both. But when we create content, what genuine advantage the tech adds, it just makes the content interactive. Right? You suddenly are not a static linear content which is somebody's watching on television. You start enabling people to engage. Right? And that engagement can be with the broadcaster, it can be with the platform, it actually can be with the brand also which comes on board. So it gives us a far more engaging hands and legs in terms of the viewer's mindset. We have, for example, we just, from a branded content lens, we used to do this films with one of the alcohol brands where we do these brand films where we're using our Big Boss protagonist, and we do it every festive to festive. But for one of the festive last year for New Year's, we turned everything into AI-led where you can actually share personalized, New Year wishes spoken to you by the protagonist, right? Now, it's something which everybody is doing it right now, but the TG that we spoke hit very hard. We had about 100,000 people who actually created wishes, and we just recently won a WMC award as well. So the point that I'm saying is that just by tech just enabled that static brand film into engagement, which suddenly became a consumer to consumer things. On the platform side also, we're always evolving and looking at those opportunities where the content can therefore become engaging, whether it's, engagement with the brand through WhatsApp that, for example, today JioCinema enabled, or right from the times of Woot where we used to have shop the look that you can do, or simple things like, play along CFE when you're watching KBC. It just takes making that content that much more engaging, and that's what, as a broadcaster and as a content creator, we strive to do. We want the consumer to stick to us as soon as possible, and I think engagement really goes multiple levels in that, and tech is a big enabler in that.
Yeah, so I think brands have said that tech needs to make sense for audiences. You guys, I think, pretty much mirroring that conversation as well. I think from a creator standpoint, and whichever way, how are creators looking at the whole ecosystem of AI, generative AI content? Actually creators can leverage it quite a lot, right? What are you hearing from the whole creator ecosystem?
So for creators, and I think what they represent today are probably younger, more nimble media brands in themselves. And them leveraging technology has always been the way. So if you look at the way art and culture have evolved, they have always reflected evolution in technology. So whether it was Renoir using yellow tin oxide for his yellow in the paintings, to the Bible getting published by the Gutenberg press, tech has always led the way for content to be distributed. I think for creators, while tech can definitely give you more avenues of distribution and almost also sharpen the brief because you're getting a lot more feedback now, I think the human creative aspect can't be taken away. And for them, that endeavor will always be to make sure there are two things that you get out of the content you put out in the universe. One is recognition and the other is remembrance. And let's face it, all creators want that, all brands want that. It's literally the two things that you're gunning for, whether it's tech-enabled, whether it's discovery-enabled, whether it's tech that's telling you, hey, this is now shareable, snackable content. None of that matters as long as it's remembrance and recognition that you're going for.
So I'd just like to add, so there's a lot of talk around AI, tomorrow, and what OpenAI will do, and, Bill Gates will do, and tomorrow it will control us, pata nahi. Filhal, it's just a tool, and tool is used for convenience, just like a hammer, a nail, it's a tool. And it has really worked, what it does, like for example, we do storyboards and send, to clients with BPM. This time we did it animated like a storyboard from Mid-Journey. And the client was extremely, extremely happy. Are you bahut acha hai? And people
saves time as well, right?
Saves time as well, yes, and it's maybe a little cheaper down the line. But more than that, it looked better. So, it's a little wow factor that tech gets to the clients, to the consumer, like a deep fake when Cadbury's use Shah Rukh Khan, and koi Ratan store bol raha hai Shah Rukh Khan, and bol raha hai ki ye falana Rajesh Medical, and they are getting really wowed about it, So I think that's the main thing of AI, and tech has always been right from the time I think it's sliced bread. Once you got a knife, you just cut it better, So and it's just that, and that will always continue to do. It will evolve till finally it takes us over and all that. I hope I'm not there by then, because I'm a control freak. So, yeah.
Amazing. I think a lovely conversation, guys. I think we could keep doing this, but we're out of time as per the prompter. Thank you very much for being a great panelist. Thank you, audiences, for hearing us out. I'm hoping that you guys are taking some key outputs of the discussion over here. And that's it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sunny. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. An excellent conversation right there, and may we request you to please be with us on the stage, as I'd now like the opportunity of calling upon the director of Condé Nast Creative Commercial. We're talking about Richard Mascarenhas, who's going to be joining us and helping us with the felicitation. Let's give Richard once again a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you, Richard. And may we request first Gaurav. Thank you so much. And let's get Gaurav and Richard in a frame together. A lot of cash, yeah, Gaurav. Thank you, Saugata. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Gunjan. Gunjan, always great to have you on the platform. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for your valuable insights all throughout. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you for joining us on this panel, Vivek. Thank you, Gaurav.
Wonderful. And thank you, everybody there, for listening to us. Thank you for the evening.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you. And thank you so much, Sunny. How can we not have the token given to you? Sorry? Yeah, you should have gotten to one, maybe other side. But please, all of you step together forward. I have this humble task of getting you all together for a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, the final panel discussion couldn't get bigger and better than this. I hope they address all what you're looking for. Let's give them a warm, warm round of applause. Hashtag E4M Content Jam. And thank you once again, Gaurav, Saugata, Gunjan, Abhishek, Vivek, Gaurav. We've got two Gauravs. Thank you for joining us, and of course, Sunny for curating. Thank you. So with that, if we could have Richard back on stage. So Richard, we've got one final contest announcement. So ladies and gentlemen, just for the final bit, We've got the contest being won by Shraddha Shah. Do we have Shraddha in the room? By any chance, if Shraddha is around, I'd love to have her on the stage. Okay, I believe not. So in that case, thank you so much. Thank you for that. And thank you for being a great audience. May we request you to now step out for the re-registration of the Indian Content Marketing Awards, which is called ICMA. We're on the 8th edition, so join us shortly for that. But for now, we'd request you to kindly vacate. Let's get the award frenzy zone in this place. So we request you to please step out with your belongings and get ready for ICMA. Thank you.